from the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa, from wherever you're watching us from. Welcome to another edition of our live broadcast of the ongoing 15th OIC Summit here in the Gambia. As you are watching, we're broadcasting live from the OIC Conference Center here in Bilateral, and of course from the Banjul International Airport, where delegates, of course, including heads of states, are still arriving into the country to witness the OIC Summit, which is commencing today. But then, like I said, yesterday we witnessed the arrival of several heads of state. I mean, just as you are seeing on your screens, President Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye of Senegal has now arrived at the Banjul International Airport this morning. Those are the images you are seeing live from the Banjul International Airport, where you have Bassirou Diomaye Faye being received by senior government officials at the Banjul International Airport. Yesterday, we saw the arrival of Umar Sissoko Embalo of Guinea-Bissau, and of course Umar Ismail Gelo of Djibouti. Kazakhstan president also arrived in the country. We also saw the arrival of Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone, accompanied by First Lady Fatima Jabi Bio. The Vice President of Cote d'Ivoire is also in country. And of course, Yassine Tata, who is the President of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, is also in the country. The Prime Minister of Algeria has equally arrived. I mean, we saw the arrival of the delegation from Kuwait and, of course, Turkey as well. And like I said, I mean, President Bassirou Diomaye Faye has just landed at the Banjul International Airport. We are also expecting the President of Mauritania, Libya, Sudan, Togo, and several other high-profile dignitaries from around the world as they converge on the smiling coast of Africa for the 15th OIC Summit here in the Gambia under the theme enhancing unity and solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development. Well, I'm joined on the panel as usual by my colleagues Julian Jai, Mr. Modou Mbodj, and Ansumane Esonyasi. Gentlemen and ladies, good to have you on the program once again.
Thank you.
Finally, we are here. I mean, the summit. I mean, today. I mean, any moment from now. I mean, the presidents will be arriving, as you have been saying. I mean, delegates have been arriving since in the morning. I mean, for this important occasion. I mean, Mr. Mbodj, I mean, looking at the number of leaders that have arrived so far, and what is happening right now, how is the feeling like at the moment?
For me, when I first came in, actually on my way here, the festive turn. Yeah. We have not been having this, or certainly I've not seen it, drumming, maybe drumming and dancing. I could have seen them in the streets. And as I walked in, the flurry of activity, a lot of people today, and you have this mixture of media, because you see them holding their cameras, and then you have diplomats and security. You've got this mixture. So you have a more ebullient.
Exactly. Let's now get back to the Banjul International Airport and take a listen to what is happening there. I know they'll be having the Senegalese national anthem under the Gambia before the president will leave the airport for his hotel. Let's take a listen. Well, viewers, you're still watching QTV, and where you heard the national anthems of Senegal and Gambia, respectively, and there you're seeing Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, the president of Senegal, being received there by the Gambia's Vice President Mohamed B.S. Diallo on behalf of President Adama Barrow as he arrives in the country for the 15th OIC summit here in the Gambia, which is starting today. Like I said, from yesterday we've been receiving high-profile dignitaries from around the world, for this important convergence here in Banjul. Mr. Mboj, you were trying to describe the atmosphere outside the main conference hall, but even within, it's quite, exciting.
That's exactly it. So you have this motley crew, isn't it, of media, diplomats and security, and then the background sound being the sirens. We were just hearing one. So this is it. So you get that ebullient atmosphere, that ambience. And yes, particularly the festive element. I love the idea of the festive element in it, even though they'll be discussing today, agreeing on very, very important resolutions. But right setting, as it were, for this kind of discussion, I feel.
Good, welcome back once again.
Thank you, Aliu. Really, for me, I can sense that, have that sense of euphoria in me, because this is the first time, actually, as an adult, I am witnessing such a very important event, because the AU summit, I was quite young. I could not really remember what transpired during the AU summit in the Gambia, but having to be part of this very important summit of, world leaders, it's actually something, it gives me a sense of fulfillment and excitement to know that I am really part of this, important event.
Thank you very much, Julia. And now the president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, is now inspecting the guard of honor at the Banjul International Airport, together with the Vice President Mohamed B.S. Diallo. And Sumana, Diomaye Faye has also arrived in the country. Yesterday we saw Barrow, Julius Madabio, and several other leaders equally arriving to attend the summit. How is it feeling like today, finally, we are into the summit?
Great feeling, Ali. I think, like everyone else, particularly as a Gambian, I feel very much proud that my country is hosting what is the second largest intergovernmental, organizational meeting, and you're having all of these heads of states coming to the Gambia, to discuss issues that are of interest to all of us. I think for me this is a very proud moment, it's a historic one for that matter.
Indeed, a historic one for that matter. Thank you very much, Asmana Eso Nyasi. Assalamu alaikum, bokk nga mi ngi seetaan QTV ak wala ñu munta nekk di seetaan ak nga mi ñu toppa ci online platforms yi Facebook ak nga mi ñu ngi follow Q Radio tam leen dalalaat ne dellu si waat nañ fii fi nga ne moo nekk di OIC Conference Center fii ci Bijilo fi nga xam ne tey la Gambia di tàmbali di host nga ne moo nekk di OIC Summit bu ñëpp ay yàgga di waxantoo ay ñaata at ci gannaaw ñu ngi ko waxtaanee tey nag summit bi mu ngi nii egsi na comme na leen ko nekk di seen screen si rek mu nekk nii ki nga xam ne moo nekk Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye nga xam ne moo nekk président of Sénégal moom moo egsi léegi ñii ca Banjul International Airport comme na leen ko nekk di gisee seen moto bi rek gaa ñu ngi ko escorte gannaaw bi mu eggee nag nga xam ne moo nekk Vice President Mohamed B.S. Diallo moo fa teewal président Barrow pour welcome ko tànnakal ko di ko wax ne welcome to the Gambia loolu moo nekk di xew quoi waaye démb tam gis nañ ne ñu bari egsi nañ ko mel ni Umar Seko Embalo nga xam ne moo jógee Guinée Bissau egsi na président bu Sierra Leone Julius Madabio moo tam egsi na Djibouti as well seen président bi Omar Ismail Guelleh moom tam egsi na Kazakhstan seen président moom tam egsi na ki nga xam ne Kassim Jomart Tokayev moom tam egsi na si réew mi am na ki nga xam ne moo nekk Yassine Tata moom moo nekk président dëkk bu ñu ooyee di Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus moom tam egsi na waaye gis nañ ki nga xam ne moo nekk vice président bu Côte d'Ivoire moom tam mu ngi ci réew mi gis nañ prime minister bu Algeria moom tam egsi na démba gis nañ ay délégations yu jógee Kuwait Turkey as well ñoom tam seen nit yaa ngi si réew mi right now Diomaye Faye moom mooy egsi am nañ yaakaar tam Mauritania seen njiiti réew dina fi ñëw ku mel ni Libye ku mel ni Soudan ku mel ni Togo ñoom yëpp dinañ ñëw pour fekkee li nga xam ne moo nekk OIC summit bu nekk di xew fii nii mën nañ wax ne fu mu nekk ñu bari ñu ngi ñëw délégés yaa ngi dugg si conférence baa ngi overla busy nit yaa ngi génn di dugg di génn am naa ne ci biti tam am na ay ambiance parce que ñu ngi déggal lu mel ni ay ambiance bu mag moo nekk ci biti waaye loolu moo nekk Gambia rek pour jéem a teral ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi ñëw welcome leen to the smiling coast of Africa bari ngolu mel be QTV jube kan ngali bismillah ko tenka plante motale nan pour que OIC summit natal yan live from the OIC conference center aning Banjul International Airport albe men jekan ala screen to yin tembento wala mo delegation di mala ko ibe futa kan nang OIC conference center bari comment to demande ngaji président la Sénégal Sénégal la président o ikame Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye atele putada airport rama me kabala putada na banko vice president Mohamed B.S. Diallo wala receive on behalf of president Barrow bari kunu pana ngaje mo jama fanan putada Guinea Bissau la president Umar Seko Embalo ate anata kunun ne Julius Maada Bio Sierra Leone ate pana anata kunun Djibouti la president Umar Ismail Gelle anata kunun Kazakhstan ila nyaton ko fana natale aning Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus wo fana ila president fana nata vice president Cote d'Ivoire ate fana nata kunun ne prime minister of Algeria Kuwait delegation fana be jang Turkey la delegation be jang comme nga fale nyamen Bassirou Diomaye Faye ate fana apporter nang ñu somanda Banjul International Airport and then ngajiko fana sorole Mauritania la president ari fana binala ani Togo kata Libya wala kata Sudan wol be bina pour kane mabe ni price summit me ala ko wala be caring Banjul sate kono jang musita ngone dat ndata ki TV bismillah mon mi ngati kadi pot adana mo nganda ko woni live broadcast o do IEC conference center do pigilo do ngada hande Gambia no wadde host ngada ko woni OIC summit o ngada en boy mu halde duubi den kala kule OIC summit o hande non OIC summit bo himo do tima joni kono miri mine de ko oyande de on ji e télémone Bassirou Diomaye Faye no ngada ko woni president Sénégal o hewti do Banjul International Airport bila hewti non ngada ko woni vice president Mohamed B.S. Diallo o kanko jabbi mo toto airport to hanki kadi en ji mo ngada ko woni Umar Seko Embalo president Guinea Bissau kanko hewti hanki kadi president Sierra Leone Julius Maada Bio on kadi hewti do Gambia e president Djibouti Umar Ismail Gelle kanko hewti president Kazakhstan mo ngada ko woni Kasim Jomat Tokayev on kadi o hewti do Gambia e ji kadi mo ngada ko woni president Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus Yassine Tata on kadi o hewti e ji kadi vice president Cote d'Ivoire on kadi hewti hanki prime minister Algeria on kadi hewti e yi delegation aji kewni arbe imorbe Kuwait Turkey e fobe hewti te dañi yakar kadi mo ganda ko kambe woni presidents Mauritania of course Togo Libya Sudan be fop en badi be expect wonna be ngar kono ko laabire woni kada mo ganda hada tawa he OIC he be fop hande wadi ngaddo pour wadde represent ganda ko woni meeting comme no ngoni yir rek ko on no woni main hall do IC conference do ngada joni be kebe hebe ngarda joni pour be ngara be taw ngada ko woni OIC summit mun do hewde do Banjul ansumana comme nima ko waxe rek gis nañu bari ñew nañ hall baage duga ci jangi ci yang delegation yang ñew dafa melni things are going to the right course
wa Aliou dafa melni rek suma yebone teel a ngente bi
waaw
dafa melni bés bu ñu xaar aksi na jot na tey la waajaay bi yàgg na you know waaye foog naa bés la boo xamante ne képp kuy Gambien war nga mun a puugaroo bési tey jii waaye tamit ñëpp war nañoo mun a bokkay tamit gis ne ànd nañ bokk ci li nga xamante ne mooy jox réew Gambien ndam te ndami réew Gambia mooy gis ne summit bi nekk na summit boo xamante ne successful na so far so good amaguñ ci benn major issues te foog naa loolu rek ndami boppam la comme ni nga ko waxee rek sànqa am na njiiti réew yoo xam ne already ñoom accès nañ te ñu ngi gis ki nga xamante ne mooy njiiti réew Sénégal di président Diomaye Faye moom it accès na si airport fi mu nekk nii te fa xam naa ne am na ñeneen ñu nekk ci yoon yi di ñëw Mr Mbodj ngi doon wax sànq rek ne am na ñoo xam ne sax génn nañ doomi réew Gambie yi génn pour teeru gan yi tamit te foog naa loolu dafa rafet ndax ñun loolu lañ xam Gambie réew teranga la te ku ñu xam ñu ci mun a dalal gan kon foog naa bés bu am solo la rawatina ci taarixi Gambie ndax foog naa lii mooy ñetteelu yoon ci suñ taarix di bu Gambie moomee boppam ñu war a dalal gan yi nga xamante ne ay njiiti réew ci lañ bokk ñu bëri yee nii maa ngi fàttali ECOWAS 92 bi leen Salado di dalal fii Gambie AU summit bi naka noonu tamit tey yàlla wërsëgal ñu waat ñu war fi am lu mel noonu rek foog naa bii sax moo ëpp ndax ECOWAS 15 ñoom fukk ak juróomi njiiti réew la AU bi 53 xam nga 54 léegi nag yaa ngi wax 57 kon xam naa ne daal tey doon na bés boo xamante ne bés bu màggal la ci li nga xamante ne mooy diine islam bés bu màggal la ci àdduna rawatina ci taarixi Gambia kon ñëpp a ci war a jàpp.
Mr. Boch.
It's very funny. Earlier on the July moom amul experience
Wow, exactly.
Now this is funny. 92 nekkuma woon ci dëkk bi dama ko miss. 2006 AU nekkuma woon ci dëkk bi dama ko miss. ñun ñëpp a am bii mooy suma force.
man anyway foog naa yëpp fekk na ma fi waaye 92 fekk na ma nekkoon xale bu ndaw. waaye experience na AU summit bi. amoon naa opportunité bi pour experience ko first hand. te lii mooy second experience waaye foog naa li ma gis si bii moom alhamdulilah macha allah.
Absolutely. So tey moom isn't it preparatory work bi yëpp jeex na. liñ dee ooyee di leg work. pare nañ resolution si dinañ am the Banjul Declaration lan dañ decide li nga am communiqué resolutions li nga am all sorts waaye tey la njiit yi tey la ñoo ratify man li ma gën a li stand out li ma seet nii secrètement présidence liñ dee ooyee heads of state yi ñëw dëgg suñ gox gi suñ dëkkandoor yi ñu ngi ñëw xam nga Guinée Bissau président gi ñëw na Sierra Leone suñu relationship ni mel président bi ñëw na Sénégal Diomaye Faye ñëw na Mauritania si mu ngi ñëw perhaps anybody else waaye xëy na tamit lim jegeñ makes it easier so dinaa xala kaanti ñu xala sori even though maybe am nañ seen président si am nañ yeneen soxla li tax mënuñoo ñëw granted waaye it matters a lot si head of state bi ñëwee laajal Barrow he will tell you so fuñ jaar rek ñu ne wax dëgg yàlla rek suñ dëkkandoor yi taxawal nañ ñu trop li ñoo nekk di ñëw ne ent mi loolu it really gladdens me that's fantastic.
So Jude soo ko xoolee def mel ni comme ni nga koy yàgg naa delay setbacks and everything mun nañu wax ne loolu yëpp tey mun nañ koo fàtte.
non loolu la sax mun nañ koo fàtte tey ndaxte tey ku ñëw fii si conference center bi nga gis li fi nekk di xew rek dal na xel te kontaante bu rëy la gis nañ ne wax yi bari woon na ŋaañi wante bi bari woon na waaye alhamdulillah finally gis nañ ne day bi it's here te ñu ñëpp a ko bokk comme depuis bu ma ko starté di waxee si njëlbeen bi rek lii nekkut diw moo ko moom kale moo ko moom Gambia moo ko moom suñ ndam la dañ ko war a puugaroo soo foog naa ne daal fu mu nekk nii daal gan yi ñu ngee ñëw mu lu gën a am solo moo nekk suñ néebo si gars yi ñu ngee ñëw ante te gis nañ ne dañ share a lot of things with them in as much as comme Mr Mbodj lu mu ko waxee dëgg la daf doon gën a baax ñu gis njiit yi yëpp ñëw ñu teewu fii waaye loolu du weesu tamit si dëkka ndaxte koo xam ne daal mu ngi jiitu dëkka jiitee dëkka gis nañ ne loolu dafa am responsibilities yu bari yoo xam ne pour bàyyi sa dëkka benn fan ñaari fan dafa nekk loo xam ne daal lu jafe la waaye for the fact that few of them ñoo xam ne daal mun nañoo teewe nañ fii loolu lu am solo la at the end of the day tamit the most important thing rek moo nekk ne luñ teg si table bi ndax dinañ ko mun a implement man loolu laa wax ndaxte président bi su fi nekkutee sax am na ay nit yoo xam ne daal gars yi ñu fi already so the most important thing comme Mr Mbodj lu mu ko waxee daal liggéey bi yëpp daal defoon nañ ko ba pare léegi lu ñoo def rek moo nekk ne ñu ratify some of these resolutions yuñ come up with loolu mu nekk loo xam ne daal dafa am solo torop foog naa ne daal dañ si war a bàyyi xel lu ñoo def ñu implement ko xam naa ne it's not binding comme Mr Mbodj lu mu ko waxee tamit waaye at least whatever we are coming up with ñu ensure ne tamit we implementation part bi daal moo gën a am solo si lii yëpp
am na solo trop waaye tam dinañ gërëm local organising committee bi parce que xam naa ne lii liggéey bu rëy la waaye tam dinañ commune li nga ne moo nekk of course driver si security protocol officer yi xam nga koo fi gis rek mu ngi taxaw liggéey pour mun a gis ne daal turi Gambia daal ku fi ñëw rek soo ñibbee nga dem ak tur bu rafet comme na ko waxee rek am Mr Mbodj amin démba am nañ fi anti ami Bojang Siso director of press nga muy ñu teg turu on sanga from anga Gambia bi ñu waroon a host in 2019 mënuñ ko na host diggante bi ñëw COVID-19 ñëw dëkk adduna bi yëpp taxaw benn place am xaalis sax nekkoon problème waaye yet amin si nit ñu baax anden si Gambia fu mu toll si yeneen réew yi tax na ba ñu bari mën a ñëw génne seen xaalis ñëw support Gambia comme barki dem ñu koy waxtaanee the role of course the foreign affairs minister comme na koy am na yu bari président yu mën a dem ministre bay dem moom mooy nekk envoyé bi te fanaa loolu yëpp dafa am solo so I mean Mr Mbodj tey nga imagine President Barrow war a eewu tey suba and then realize finally the day is here, the summit is here. What do you think feeling bi naka la muy mel si moom tey?
Amoon na benn book bi ñu daan read in the 80s.
Yeah.
It was called waiting to exhale.
Yeah.
xam nga yaa ngi tension.
Yeah. Lii naka la ñuy demee waaw. dem ni ngay am xew rek yaa ngi jaaxle. yow lii naka laa koy def. ñu nekk ci biir karab xam nga.
waaye mun laa woon rek bañ change the crucial period 2016 2017 bañ change xam nga ñu ko waroon a am 2019 waaye ñu ngi doon dem through transition just as Ami Bojang si soxo wax démba because of xam nga rek the national the contingencies the emergency biñ amoon so loolu mu ngi amoon mu ngi tax be ñu ngi put loolu in the back of the burner it took us about 5 years but again when ñu dem all around the world xam nga ñu ko doon host before ñooñu Sénégal very close to us ñoom tam in the past amoon nañ cause pour delay ñoom a couple of times and stuff like that so nga xam ne okay we are not unique in this can sometimes happen it is not usual but this is it we have finally pulled it off def nañ ko tey la mu ngi nii liñ mun a def dinañ ko def xam naa li nga mean by implementation xam nga boobu it takes the whole world it takes the whole group pour loolu xew waaye bi today it's just about Gambia lan laa mun a def ñoo ngeen teral naa leen meeting siñ fa bëggoon a am nañ ko discuss nañ lu am solo agree nañ ci lu am solo ëllëg si biir nag lanay xew well it depends on all of us it always depends on all of us ñun suñ national discussion sa dañ dee wax lii pour implement things work it really depends on all of us nekk the matter of relying on kii or kii moo nekk in charge kële moo nekk in charge and stuff like that so Aliou loolu la ñun liñ mën a def rek nañ ko def te nobody can want to ask for more
waaw noonu comme na ko waxee rek tey fii mu ngi mel ni emergency scene yaa ngi gis sirène yi def ngeen ay ambulance place baa ngi xumba moo tax yaa ngi daw di ñëw maa ngi comme na ko waxee rek even media bi ñu ngay gis ñëpp ñëw ay reporters ay journalists ay photographers maa ngi gis ku mel ni ñoom Ousmane Dieng ñëpp ngay ñëw just pour bokk si lii am nga parce que lii tam records la ay nataal yi videos yi yëpp am nga in the next 100 years yi la ñuy wane pour wane ne at bu Gambia hostoon OIC summit bi Asumana
xam nga xewi ñëpp la xewi ñëpp la képp koo xam ne daal am nga loxo ci lii moo xam ne ñi nekk ci wàllum tas xibaar moo xam ndax technicien moo xam
comme yaa ngi gis rek délégation yaa ngi ñëw ñu ngi jël ci yaa ngi gis welcome bienvenue moo nekk welcome in French bienvenue français welcome
waaw jël français bàyyi ma arabe
arab bi naka la
bàyyi ma
arab bi naka la ko de waaye
tafaddal
gën a eso
xam nga
welcome naka la
dama si jaaraat bàyyi loolu rek xam nga Aliou lii dafa neex boo gëstoo gis sécurité nga gëstu gis ñi nga xamante ne ñooy yëngu sax ci wàllum wér gu yaram gis naa fi ñoom docteur Dia ak teamam nga gis suñ mbokki taskari xibaar yi bàyyi ko fu nekk nag ci àdduna fu nekk ci àdduna la
gis naa fi ñu bari ay Al Jazeera gis naa fi média yu bari
tey Gambia xewle Gambia moo dalal àdduna tey looloo xew ndax tey soo xoolee réew yi nga xam ne ñoo bokk sax ci OIC 57 dëkk yëpp continent boo dem am nga fa dëkk boo xam ne bokk na ci OIC kon loolu dafa rafet ñun daal fi mu ne ñun ñoo xewle dañ leen dalal gis na summit bi am na ñuy ñaan yàlla mu am ba jeex ci jàmm réew Gambia daal dafa mel nii tey Gambia turam aadana foo xamante ne nii xëj na sax musuñ koo foogee ndax bépp dëkk boo xamante ne sa délégué mu ngi fi wala sa njiiti réew mu ngi fi ñu ngi waxtaanee Gambia tey sa biir réew kon loolu dafa am solo ba pare lii comme li ma la wax barki démba dafa ñëw si jamono boo xamante ne mu ngi am yu bëri yu nekk di xew ci àdduna am na réew yu bëri yoo xamante ne tey rég-régaa nga fa coow laa nga bëri te loolu bokk na su ñoo waxtaanee ci conférence bii te àdduna bi foo mënti dem ku nekk am na interest ci xew-xew yooyu leen kon tey Gambia adduna yëpp ak ñoo bàyyi xel ndax ñun ñoo xewle ñun ñoo oote kon di ñaan rek yëpp jaar ci yoon waaye Aliou ku fi ñëw tey di nga xam ne am na lu xew
dëgg la di ñaan yëpp jaar yoon comme ni ma ko waxee si gannaaw rek xanaa di gërëm drivers yi ak seen liggéey bu rafet di leen ñaax rek ñu gën a bàyyi seen xel tam pour listen xam na ne that's the president of the republic président Adama Barrow moo nekk di ñëw noonu yéen a ngi gis convoy am bi moo nekk di ñëw noonu di ñëw si OIC conference center bi comme noonu la ko nekk di gisee rek President Barrow is now arriving at the conference center. I mean julde aɓe temmeto safono na banko ñatan ko His Excellency President Adama Barrow wolɓe fota kandan OIC la conference center ñin tambeng bokkingam ina salan QTV fu nekk ni nga xam ne moo nekk njaatige bi ak boppi let President Adama Barrow moom moo nekk di egg fii ci nga ne moo nekk di OIC conference center xam naa tey su muy dugg si OIC conference center xam naa ne dina feel so proud ne finally mu ngi host the OIC summit.
Am I the chairman of the Islamic world?
Yeah.
Right.
In a moment we start calling him chairman of the OIC.
Chairman.
Yeah, and then yaa ngi gis building boobu noonu mu nekk magnificent building bi nga xam ne China si China ñooñu ko jox of course $50 million US dollar grant bi nga xam ne China moo ko may Gambia te lii dafa rafet franchement.
mooy li ma wax Aliou xam nga ñun réew Gambia ku ñu xam si taarix Gambia dafa yaakaar nekk réew boo xamante ne soo ñëwee ci wàllum àdduna nga wax diplomatie nga wax jokkalante nit ñi gis ne saxal nañ jàmm loolu dafa yàgg ci taarixi Gambia sànq rek Mr Mbojang doon wax ci suñ jiiti réew yi nga xamante ne dañ leen naw lool ci àdduna si mel ni Saa Dawda xam nañ ne moom moo ñu njëkk a yóbbu OIC ne Gambia war naa mun a bokk OIC amul ci loola jamono bi nga xamante ne am na benn fitna bu mag bu jógoon ci Middle East bi jamono booba gars yi jël ko dénk ko li nga xam ne mooy comité bi yor wala bi seetoo wàllum jàmm saxal jàmm mooy di peace committee ñu jël ko jagleel ko ki nga xamante ne moo di Saa Dawda war koo jiite di dox ay negotiations di gis ne saxal na jàmm ci biir réew yi nga xam ne ñoo ne ci àdduna loolu rek ndam la ci Gambia dafa yàgg si suñu taarix.
waaye Ansumana comme no ko gisee rek kooku moo nekk président Barrow ersina mu ngi ñëw di wàcca si mootam bi di xam naa waaw exactly waaw Minister of Justice Dawda A Jallow moo ko receive noonu président Barrow mu ngi dugga si fi nga ne ma kadi OIC summit bi xam naa moom tam dafa bëgg a jël nataal parce que waaw loolu la mu ngi jël nataal moom tam bienvenue OIC summit Banjul président Barrow dugga si na si hall bi comme ni nga ko waxee rek xam nga ne ku fi ñëw moo la war a welcome definitely moo tax mu xaar leen waaw dafa rafet
tey Gambia xewle waaw kon moom mi nga xam ne mooy te yàlla moom la dénk réew mi foog naa tey su dee am na ku proud moom moo si gën a proud mooy li ma wax rek lii tey du bési Kanafar Fund tey bési Gambia la Gambia moo xewle te foog naa fu waay mënti nekk ci réew mi
dañ ko dee wax sax even mën ngaa dem si kër sax nga fekk jabar bi ak jëkkër jibóowuñ waaye suñu amee gan rek dañ dee nekk ak benn
ahankay
tey moom li nga wax nii
tey fu waay mënti nekk si réew mi kaatom bokkoy na kenn ku nekk kuy Gambien war ngaa mën a gis sa bopp ci event tey bi te war ngaa mën a ñaan yëpp jaar ci yoon ndax bu Gambie amee ndam yow yaa am ndam maa ngi doon wax ci taarixi Gambie Aliou Saa Dawda dafa am lim liggéeyal Gambie yàlla def for the first time bi ñëw host OIC ñun Gambia bi ñu amee opportunité bi ñu ko def si centre bu rafet bii nga xamante ne moom lañ ko tuddee kon xam nga dafa mel ni dañ delloowaat rek cër bi ki nga xamante ne daf ko yelloo waaye amuñ ci 92 maa ngi doon wax ne dalal na fi ECOWAS 2006 ñu am fi AU summit kon Gambia ñun yàlla daf ñu wërsëgal dafa am lu ñu yàlla wërsëgal waaye lan moo ñu ko may jàmm bi nga xam ne la réew mi am dal bi nga xam ne la Gambia nii dal kon nañ fexe loolu mu gën a sax suñu biir gën koo continuer ku xam Gambia xam ne dëkki diine la dëkki aada la dëkki cosaan la waaye li ci gën a ëpp solo mooy dëkki jàmm la kon nañ fexe loolu mu gën a law gën a sax ndax loolu moo ñu nekk di may li ñu am ni yëpp Gambia boo tey soo doon def gestu tey ci réew yi ne ci biir OIC am soo ne ñun bokk nañ ci réew yu gën a ndaw ci biir OIC waaye lan moo ñu wërsëgal ñu mun a host event bi lan moo tax gars yi seen xel war a mën a dal ne kon nañ ko jox Gambia kon nga xam ne si ñun la Gambien bi si boppam moo ko liggéey kon ñu fee loolu mu sax
waaw Gambia ñoo ko liggéey waaye tam foo ñu jëm ak crédit tam ku fi ñekkoon tam jaame parce que si moom si time am lañ pour host summit bi loolu tam foo ñu accept ko tam in as much as ñu ngi celebrate tam foo ñu accept tam onda moom la Gambia won the bid pour host OIC summit bi comme no ko waxee rek soo xam naa ne tey doomi réew yu bari nañ génn si am nga nekkul jos ay Gambiens xam naa ne Sénégal si dinañ génn si pour welcome Diomaye dinañ am Mauritanie nga dinañ génn pour welcome seen président waaye lii lu mu laa woon rek lii yi fi Afrique la tey Gambia ñoo nekk di host on behalf of the African bloc dafa naa Afrique képp African foo mënta nekk rek war ngaa mën a fii prendre tey ñun ñu ngi host OIC summit
loolu moo tax nga gis président Embalo ñëw président Mada Bio ñëw nga gis président Diomaye Faye ñëw ak yeneen président yi nga xam ne ñoo ne ci biir Afrique soo gisee ñu ñëw especially ñi nekk ci West Africa region bi dara waralu ko lu mooy dañ ci gis seen bopp dañ fi ne ñoom ñoo xewle ñoom ñoo oote kon bés la pour Afrique yi Gambia moom fee ñoo leen dalal tey waaye dañ ko nekk di hosti tamit ci tuuri Afrique kon moo tax ma ne bés bu am solo la ci history Gambia kon ñun ñëpp tey
well Asumana yaa ngi gis loolu yëpp ay journaliste la taskati xibaar ñoo xam ne ñëw nañ the attendance is good. Those are all media professionals from across the world who are all here in the country. I mean, to cover and report. Exactly. Waaw xam naa gars yi jógee fooñi yooyu noonu ay campagne xam naa ñëpp ñëw nañ joolaay xam naa ñu
dañ bugg a parti nag nañ remind rek Aliou tey du bés yi xam nañ ne dañ bugg a fii ca ak yooyu noonu
ñoo nekk si biti ñoo nekk si biti waaye lii dafa am solo xam nga because lii nag dafa mën a jaay dëkk bi parce que yéen si nga xam ne ñu ngee ñëw ñu ngee xool xam nga lépp luñ fi gis dañ koo report so moo tax bi sambot li waxoon rek xam nga ñun yëpp ñu jaral suñu xel daal ñu meg so ne képp ku fi ñëw rek you feel at home ba xam nga soo ñibbee rek di nga mën a jox I mean a good report I mean nga mën a wax lu baax si Gambia comme na ko nekk ñoo yëpp ay taskat xibaar lañ ñoo xam ne jóge nañ fu nekk si àdduna bi ay Al Jazeera journal si bari ñëw nañ fii pour ko wal nga ne mooy ko waaye si sommet bi
Aliou balaa Mr Mbodj ñi ñëw dafa am loo wax léegi te foog naa baax nañu fàttaliwaat suñu boppa kaddu yi nga xam ne vice président bi garal na ko barki démb ci investment forum bi ndax wax na ne Gambia ngi invite képp koo xamante ne investor nga te nga nekk ci OIC member states.
Well, Ansumana and loolu moo nekk ay flags yi I mean xam nga dëkk bi nag am nga sa flags yooyu nag ñoo nekk ñi nga xam ne ñoo nekk members of the OIC bi ñoom waa ca xameekaay ya yooyu mooy nekk flags yi ngeen nekk di gis noonu gis ngeen ko sun gars yi ñu ngi def liggéey bu rafet loolu moo nekk members of the OIC nga xam ne ay lu dem ba 57 countries ñoo form li nga xam ne moo nekk OIC bi waaye am na yeneen dëkk yoo xam ne itam ay observer countries lañ dëkk yu mel ni ay Russia ay Bosnia ay Thailand ay Central African Republic ñoo ñëpp bokk nañ ci ñi nga xam ne yaa ngi gis loolu moo nekk flag yi Gambia bi flying high there I mean ak flag yi nga xam ne moo nekk OIC bi yooyu ngeen nekk di gis li nga xam ne moo nekk fii ci OIC conference centre bi fii ci Bijilo.
waaw maa ngi la wax rek vice président bi mu ne mu ngi oo képp koo xam ne investor nga te nga nekk ci OIC member states yi wala foo munti nekk si àdduna nga ñëw Gambia because Gambia safe na te nguur mu ngi créer conditions yoo xamante ne mooy tax sa investment mun a thrive lépp loo xam ne dugal ko nga mun koo jot léegi nag lu mun a déggal loolu mooy bési tey ji ak ëllëg te loolu Gambia ni ñoom rek ñoo ko mën a sotti ñoo mën a tax loolu am because tey sooy jaay sa marchandise dangaa bëgg a proof te kuy jënd ne li maa jaay daf ko wóor jar na ko óor na pour nga def fa sa alal kon ñun nañ fexe gis ne summit bi successful ndax loolu bokk na si luy jaay Gambia te bu jaayee Gambia njëriñ ñëpp la Mr Mbodj.
waaw loolu la parce que li nga xam ne dafa am solo comme pour wal na rek de interest bu Gambian si am si summit bi even Gambia si ñoo xam ne ñu ngi outside of the country sax ñu ngi follow online nga maa ngi gis ñu mel ni ñoom Mola Kambi I mean ñi nga xam ne nekkuñ ci réew mi waaye ñëpp ñu ngi follow pour mun a xam what is happening back home so li moo laa wax rek Gambian ak fu mu munta nekk the first thing he or she sees is your country and foo munta nekk you are always proud of your country and that's why ñoom ñu bari tey ñu ngi follow online pour mun a xam what is happening yes am nga comme ma ko dee wax rek ku si nekk di nga am sa idea but at the end of the day deep down you feel somehow proud at this stage sa dëkk mu ngi hospital summit bi dafa naa li muy wane moo nekk li nga ne Mr Mbodj rek tey Gambia moo xewle
absolutely waaye am na loo fi wax early on lu am solo ba pare ñu ngi show the flags nga so yaa ngi ne continent bu nekk am nga representation within léegi ñu ngi gis suñ 57 flags there you know counting ko waaye moom la then you begin to wonder lan mooy the identity of the OIC I think ne loolu dafa very important daa ngi su ma dee waxtaane nit ñi sakatuma fan yi ñoom daal ñu ngi jéem a emphasize a lot more of naar yi it was very interesting waaye ma ne leen wow this is interesting ñun duñ naar waaye ñu ngi ko host how do you explain that within your scheme Then, okay, you move on from Lolo. So it's not ethnic. It's not an Arab thing. It's not like the Arab League.
Exactly.
Which is a different organization formed in 1945. Then you move on to, well, we get to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Well, yet, nga hold the kay, nga gis ne, am nga yung hamne, sa nekun majority Muslim countries. Nga gis ne tamit, outgrown a Lolo. It's much bigger than that. Then you begin to realize that it's really a political, cultural, social, economic, it's a really complex identity and encompassing everybody. You see, I think that was one of the reasons I'm going to the Organization of Islamic Conference. In 2011, they changed it to Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So Mumta Mungdon evolve. So it is important you have one person identity, the OIC. Mungi emerge, hanga 69 and 70s, period bo hamne, yang don am a lot more of India or South-South organizations, corporations. Chilang start to emerge. Independence 65, so many India oil today, countries in the South, the formerly colonized countries, new together, form a body, pull muna respond to a world order that is so rigged against you. So we understand OIC within that complex, context, more political really than Arab, ethnic, or religious. It has really gone beyond that, even though its values, this is really the key, the values are based in the teachings, in the values of Islam. That is really what the OIC is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mboch. Well, viewers, if you're just tuning in, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's premier private TV station, and we are broadcasting live from the OIC Conference Center here in Bigilo and also from the Banjul International Airport. It is just it is approaching 9:30 a.m. here in the Gambia on a sunny Saturday morning here in the Gambia, and like I said, the Gambia is hosting the 15th OIC summit here in Banjul, and so far, I mean, we can confirm the arrival of several leaders, including the President of Guinea-Bissau, Umar Sissoco Embalo, the President of Djibouti, Umar Ismail Gele, of course, the President of Kazakhstan in the Russia region, who was actually received yesterday by even the ambassador, their consular in the country, Lamin Manga, was at the airport to receive him at the Banjul International Airport. We also confirmed the arrival of President Mada Bio of Sierra Leone. Of course, Yasin Tata, who is the president of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. The vice president of Cote d'Ivoire is in country. The prime minister of Algeria, and we have delegations from several other countries. The president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, has also arrived in the country. And as you are seeing on your screens, I mean, delegates are arriving one by one at the conference center here in Bigilo, where any moment from now we are going to witness the formal opening ceremony here at the conference center. And from there, President Barrow is going to assume the chairmanship of the OIC for the next 3 years. Already we know our own Gambian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Mamadou Tangara, is now the chair of the Council of Foreign Ministers. And then, of course, Lang Diabo, who is the permanent secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I understand, is going to chair the senior government officials and ambassadorial body. So it's quite important. So that's what's happening here at the Zadauda Kairaba Jawara Conference Center. And like we told you, the theme of this year's summit is enhancing unity and solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development. And top of the agenda of this summit is the ongoing war on Gaza between Palestine and Israel, where over 30,000 people have died so far, just from 7 October to date, and thousands have been displaced, others have been injured, and over 100 journalists have also lost their lives, and even some 8 workers equally have lost their life in this war. So the issue of Palestine is going to top the agenda of this summit, but equally other issues that are affecting the Ummah are things that this summit will discuss. We know there are so many issues happening within most of the OIC member countries, such as in Sudan. I mean, 1 year on, the war is still ongoing in Sudan. I mean, of course, Somalia equally, there are some issues. And yesterday you heard from our doyen, Mr. Moore, talking about other issues that the OIC could intervene in terms of humanitarian crisis, where we have famine and all those stuff, areas that the OIC, can intervene to support Mr. Mbodj. But the issue of Palestine is really going to be the top of the agenda of this summit, Mr. Mbodj.
Oh, absolutely. That was why the OIC was formed.
It's actually always been.
It always been at the top. But current situation now really demonstrates the limitations of what the OIC can do. Given, you see, we are in the middle of a bloodbath, and that's really what we must call it. There's a bloodbath going on in Palestine. But this so-called Muslim UN really is powerless to do much. So this is what we've seen, really, to be quite honest, with the OIC over the years. Politically, it's made gains in other areas, but politically, from Bosnia, Kosovo. So we've had over the years so many massacres of Muslims, or Muslims going through acute, serious crisis, but this body really cannot do much to help in that. It can be a moral voice, keep on talking about it, advocating for your rights, try to make sure that it remains on the international agenda and all the rest of it. But really, people in crisis, the immediate practical need is not there. It cannot really provide it. So we've got to understand that. So what next? Where it just happened to be the case that, hosting it at a period when this is going on. There's been an escalation of violence in Palestine. It only started 2023, October 7th. So this is it. How would this new escalation, as it were, how would it seen in the language? How would it reflect in the language they're going to use? What would the Palestine resolution look like? We know that everybody's talking about ceasefire. Would we, for instance, have the word ceasefire? I suspect that we might. Yeah. See? So this is it. How would the current emergency in Palestine, how would it reflect in the resolution? And then perhaps even in the practice, what do we do next?
And Mr. Mbodj, just a different conference center we are saying today. This is different from what used to happen at the main plenary hall, and that's where the heads of states are going to have the main summit today.
Absolutely. Come on, we've been moving on. It's slow, but we have not been stagnant. So when we open the
Mr. Mbodj, another flight is just landing at the Banjul International Airport. We will try to confirm who is on this flight, which has just landed at the Banjul International Airport. And so it's one of the leaders who is expected. I don't know whether that's Mauritania or another president, but we will try to establish those details as we progress on this discussion. Those are live images from the Banjul International Airport. Badingon Nintamento, Kuruntila Dofanal Afente Ajita Banjul International Airport, confirm like Kalong Jimalam actually is Nimfla Tokonambo, confirm Lale Atemela Inchala. Mbokk nga may nang saran QTV fu mu nekk ni am na beneen flight bu land fale ca Banjul International Airport ci si waxtu bi ñu toll ni dinañ jéem a find out kan ci njiiti réew yi moo nekk si flight boobu noonu inshallah te dina jox xibaar si fànn boobu noonu Mr. Mbodj. Oh, Ansman, you want to come in here?
Yeah, I think Mr. Mbodj really couldn't have said it any better. The OIC, we all know, over the years has really made significant gains in other areas, but politically, I have since we started our daily broadcast on the summit been talking about how they do have a consensus on what they think should actually be done, but the approach has always been the problem as to what approach they should take. That is where I think they differ politically. But also you have to also understand that looking at the geopolitical situation as well, it plays a lot, and I think it's having a bearing on the effectiveness of the OIC as an organization when it comes to implementing some of these resolutions.
And also not just the OIC, even UN. Yeah. That's really affecting the implementation of some of the resolutions.
To some extent is able to implement some of its resolutions politically. But you look at the OIC, it's a different case.
But in the case of Palestine.
But this is really where we need to really temper our expectations. The OIC, as I said earlier, is a South-South cooperation, as it were, isn't it? And what do we mean by South-South? You know, we've got this geography, we've invented this geography of economic prosperity and political power. In some contexts, we call it the North-South divide, the more prosperous countries in the north and the poorer ones in the south. In other contexts, we call them the West and the rest. So here, we're trying to do something. But you have to come against the brick wall of reality, just as we are seeing in Palestine right now. So, but that isn't to judge that it is a failure. No, it is not a failure at all. It will be a mistake to think that they've been failing because they couldn't implement these things. It's just that this is the nature of how multilateral agreements, the time frame they take to implement. Even with the UN Security Council, take anything. Do you know how long it takes to implement? So let us be realistic about that. But what they're doing culturally, socially, in other areas, that is all as significant as anything else. And still, it is a group. It gives us a platform to make the case, as it were, for, you know, for our common interest. So in that sense, it is a highly valuable thing. We simply cannot judge it by whether they've succeeded in Palestine or not, even though, yes, that was the motivating, the catalytic experience that led to it. But the very fact that it's been evolving, taking on a broader range of interest, that should tell you that really it has come to be bigger than its initial beginning. So it's got a whole range of stuff. So my judgment must be slightly subtler than really judging them on what's happening in Palestine.
Jude, what are your views on this?
Yeah, obviously, like Ansumana and Mr. Moj mentioned earlier on, for me, I really think that this is not just about the Muslim Ummah or the Muslim world. It has to do with everybody. It's a collective responsibility, because we cannot achieve the sustainable development goals if, you know, that the Muslim world is confronted with conflict and all of that. So I think it's a shared goal, you know, for everybody. I think the pursuit for peace, it's the responsibility of everybody, be it the UN, be it the OIC, be it any other organization. I think that the goal is just the same thing. The objective is the same thing. But how do we achieve this? That is where the problem lies. Like Mr. Moj mentioned earlier on, we are divided in terms of, you know, on our objective, on our pursuit for peace, because what might interest a particular country might not interest the other one. You know, it has to do with the geographical location of the various countries. So it's difficult, really. You know, it needs concerted efforts. It needs people to come together to have one objective and to be able to actually, you know, make this dream a realization, without which I think we are just coming up with resolution, you know, and making statements, and it dies down there. You know, it's the challenge that it's not just the OIC, it's not unique to the OIC. This challenge, it's not unique to them. Even the UN, they've been struggling. We have seen their sessions and all of that, and even we've seen other countries coming on board saying that, you know, they should dissolve the UN Security Council because they feel that their purpose have been defeated. So it's not unique to the OIC, but I am sure that with dialogue, you know, these things will be able to, you know, be solved, and we can have peace once more, and then we can be able to achieve the sustainable development goals that we have all been yearning for.
And Mr. Moj, how do you think, I mean, the next chair, in this case President Barrow, can use the theme of this summit to advance his intentions or his plans as chair of the OIC?
Fantastic. That's exactly what the issue is. We were talking about Sadauda. Sadauda's motif, if we can call it that, was Afro-Arab cooperation. Because there was really this sort of divide between the Africans within the group and the Arabs. These were the political concerns of the time. So now, with us, Barrow now as chairman, our theme that we have selected, enhancing with unity and solidarity through dialogue and sustainable development. So for me, I think that with Barrow's 3 years, we must focus, I've been saying this, on this idea of the sustainable development aspect. For a long time, these organizations, including the AU and others, I felt that the political imperative really outweigh the economics, the more developmental aspects. But we are also realizing, that without the economic base, you are never going to get the political voice. So I hope that Barrow would leverage this towards the more sustainable development aspect. How do we get investors to come and invest in this? How do we put in touch, as it were, businesses within the OIC, intra-group trade, as it were. So I want the more economic developmental aspects emphasized more, and I think that would be successful. And perhaps that is the plan. That is why they put it in there. I remember, was it the last OIC in Saudi Arabia? Yeah. What was it? Hand in hand for the future. Yeah. Which got more of a political slant to it, or peace, hand in hand and stuff like that, than the actual sustainable development. So maybe we have recognized that for us, our priority is development. Let us emphasize that aspect.
And Sumana?
Yeah, I mean, you also have to, I think.
Ansumana def many delegates yaa ngi ñëw ba léegi yaa ngi gis Paul conférence de banque baa ngi busy ba léegi nit yaa ngi duga rek nit yaa ngi ñëw. This is great.
Waaw Aliou nit ñi moom xam naa fii ba balaa ñu ne xëy na benn waxtu I mean dañoo nekk di ñëw rek. Fii balaa kon sommet bi di start officially because am na njiit yi yoo xam ne ba tey accès guñ.
waaw accès na kooku def mel ne Mauritanie la suma maa ngi gis flag yi Mauritanie bi.
waaw Mauritanie
kooku moo nekk président Mahmoud Ould Ghazouani president of Mauritania moom moo egsi noonu maa ngi gis flag yi Mauritania bi si flag bi Ghazouani moom tam egsi na fale ca Banjul International Airport. Well, viewers, if you're just tuning in, you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and those are live images from the Banjul International Airport, where the president of Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, the president of Mauritania, has just landed at the Banjul International Airport as he arrived in the country to join his colleagues for the 15th OIC summit here in Banjul. Mbokk ñami nak seetaan QTV di leen dalalaat di leen wax ne ku nekk ni ki nga ne moo nekk the president of Mauritania Mohamed Ould Ghazouani moom moo egg ci fale ca Banjul International Airport léegi ni ñëw pour fekkee li nga xam ne moo nekk OIC summit bi fii ci Banjul. Mbaɗigol ñintemen toon sa fo Mauritania la président o e ka Mohamed Ould Ghazouani ate fanan aptana ñintemen to Banjul International Airport pour kana kamaɓe ñing OIC summit mena ko wala ñinta kela Gambia jam musidɗo ɗo joni mo ganduɗa ko on woni président Mauritania wiyeteɗo Mohamed Ould Ghazouani on kadi o hewti joni ni toto Banjul International Airport o ari pour tawede ganduɗa ɗum woni OIC summit ɗo ɗo Banjul kono gonɗo yirɗon ni rek yimɓe ɓe hajjide ɓe ara ɗo summit OIC ɗon pour tawe ganduɗa ko ɗum woni summit ɗon. Ansumana, you are saying the convoys are coming thick and fast. The place is so busy. I mean, Ansumana.
Yeah, because the heads
Ghazouani also has arrived at Istanbul.
And the heads of states, I understand, have also started arriving here at the conference center.
Yeah.
So, I mean, perhaps, very soon, we would have most of them, within the conference center here. And hopefully the summit will start. But I just wanted to say that it's beautiful how you have this historical link between what Sadauda used to advocate for and the theme for this year's summit in Banjul. Especially where they emphasize on solidarity and unity. We had a president who was a champion of peace, who was always advocating for peace, for cooperation, between people of different backgrounds. And now to have us hosting the OIC, which he pioneered, us joining under this theme that also really advocates for unity. I mean, for me, it's just beautiful. Mr. Mojo, this is just beautiful.
Yeah, so that concept of the Afro-Arab cooperation,
Yes.
as it were, it just tells you that this is really what the imperative, the priority of the country is.
Yeah.
He was quite prescient then. You see, knowing that you have a small country, you don't have any natural resources. Our neighbors have been coming around, Sierra Leone, they've got so many natural resources and others. You don't have anything. So what can you leverage? So you have to, for instance, invent tourism. Tourism was invented. It wasn't always there. See, now look at it, how much it contributes to our GDP.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of understanding your strengths and your weaknesses. You are so small, you don't have much. So what do you rely on? Cooperation, collaboration, solidarity. You don't want war. You don't want to divide people. You will lose.
Sure.
I'm too small, you know what I mean? So I have to be in league with others that will give me strength. Just like the broom, isn't it? There's a proverb around the broom. All these little sticks, put them together, you make them strong.
Mr. Mboj, that is President Mohamed Ul Ghazouani. They are being received by the Vice President Mohamed B.S. Jallow. He has just arrived at the Banjul International Airport, telling him, bienvenue, welcome to Banjul, marhaban Mohamed Ul Ghazouani. Marhaban Mohamed Ul Ghazouani, President of Mauritania, welcome to the Gambia. Moom egsi na fi nga ne moo nekk airport bi gis na ne Vice President Mohamed B.S. Diallo moo ko dem pour te xam na ne président mënul faa nekk pour welcome ñi yëpp Mr. Mboj show sabi bu mel nii dafa
am lu ma bàyyi xel tey.
waaw
Vice President mu ngi airport di receive président yuy ñëw waaye ministre yi ñoom ñoo nekk fii di receive gan yi ko accès fii ñoom ñoo laa dalal ba pare osala si biir kon dafa mel ni tey amul kenn koo xam ne
yaa ngi toog sa kër
yaa ngi toog non imagine la ministre sax ñu ngi osa nit ñi si biir gan yi kon moo laa woon rek ne kenn ku nekk si ñun am nga rôle booy play ñun niñ fi toogee di ci wax di ko feeñal adduna bi yëpp di ko gis sécurité bi tamit ñu ngi bis yi driver yi fële lii dafa rafet te foog naa ku xool lii di nga xam ne tey Gambia di nga xewle na Mr. Mbodj ñu ngi doon wax ci Saadawda lim naan advocate ak team bi nga xamante ne mooy bàkkantali summit bi ren ñuy wax ci affaire yi bennoo saxal jàmm Saadawda dañ dox si jàmm loolu taxoon mu dugal ñu ci OIC tey ñu am OIC ci conférence bi nga xam ne moom lañ ko tuddee historically dafa am lu rafet loo xamante ne moo nekk di ci tey bii.
the resonance. ba pare mu ngi xew against a background of a world boo xam ne mu ngi.
waaw Mr. Mbodj xam naa ne you just go to the airport ñu déglu national anthem bi si airport bi. You're still watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting live from the OIC Conference Center here in Bigelow, and of course from the Banjul International Airport, where heads of state are still arriving for the 15th OIC Summit here in the Gambia. Mr. Mbodj, gis ngeen loolu rek ak nga moo ko président Mauritania Mohamed Ould Ghazouani egsi na léegi, and then xam naa ne su fa jógee xam naa dafa dem hotelam mu relax wala mu ñëw fii straight, we are not sure loolu xam naa protocole si ñoom ñoo responsible loolu noonu waaye bi ñu jëlee gis ne maa ngi dégg yaa ngi doon ne is high time ñu dellu si big man league bi big clubs league bi waaw big league bi mel ni léegi ñu ngay dellu si big league bi ah.
c'est que ñun moom ñun ba ñoo yaroo sakatuma gox gi really foofu lañ xamoon ni ñu doon xoolee Gambien afterwards dafa drop afterwards li ñu xamee rek mooy dictatorship and xam nga suñ der dafa xala ñaaw waaye before su ñëwee to education nit ñi daan xoolee it was quite high bu ñëwee to governance the quality of civil servants so we all know that so moom laa miin ba tey looking at this try time we go back to the big league xam nga the respect xam nga size matters yes people say that waaye tamit mun ngaa tuuti ba pare li ngaa doxalee loolu jox la the authority during Sir Dawda's period dëkk bi gënutoon na mag de xam nga so moo ñu jox that authority as li gars yi day wax nekk président du la jox anything prestige yow sa prestige ni ko dee yóbbu ci position bi du la koy jox yow yaa koo jox
right now gars ñu ngi inspect guard of honor bi yaa ngi gis vice président bi ak Mauritania seen président Mohamed Ould Ghazouani ñu ngi inspect the guard of honor there.
The former yes yow yaay jox sa bopp fayda let's just put it that way it doesn't matter how big or how small you are yow yaa day jox sa bopp fayda and léegi am na lu moo demonstrate xam nga pour ñu jox ñu ko pour ñu host ko am na lu mu wax about us and yes granted that it happened during Jammeh's time.
President Imbalo agsi na mu ngi noonu.
waaw loolu moo nekk président Imbalo moom agsi na fii ci OIC conference center bi président Barrow mu ngi ko receive well he was that's the president of Guinea-Bissau Umar Seko Imbalo. He has already arrived at the conference center here, and he is being received by his host and counterpart, President Adama Barrow. And I said, any moment from now, other leaders as well will follow. I mean, so that's what's happening here at the conference center. There you have President Barrow and his counterpart, Umar Seko Embalo of Guinea-Bissau. They are walking into the conference center. Mr. Mbodj, Imbalo moom egsi na si hall bi already moom gis ngeen ko moom ak président Barrow bu mu àggee moom moo ko receive welcome ko si conference hall bi Ansumana Julde mu nekk ni Imbalo moom egsi na
waaw xam nga Bissau na ma bàyyi Julde réew xam nga Bissau dafa jege Gambie te Imbalo bi dema moo njëkk a egsi waaw xam nga bi mu wiinee élection Gambie la njëkk a ñëw moom dafa romba réew yëpp ñëw Gambie njëkk te ci président Barrow la ñëw wane ne président Barrow moom dafa ne magam la dafa ñëw woon ko rek ne diggante bi nga xam ne moo ne ci ñaari réew yi dafa dina taxaw gis ne loolu gën na ko dëgëral tey gis nañ tamit démba moom moo njëkk a egsi mu ngi ne egsi na président Barrow moo ko ñëw receive kon loolu tamit dafa rafet
waaye soo ko xoolee sax even di coopération bi Mr. Mbodj even riders yi yaa ngi gis ay riders yoo xam ne Sénégal lañ jógee ñu ngi gis even Mauritania sax waaw Mauritania sax dañu assist ak ay moto lii lan la wane in terms of the cooperation within the sub region ñu ngi gis Sénégal ñu ngi ñëw di support in with motorbikes and of course gis nañ Mauritania ñoom tam assist nañ with ay moto tam lii lan la wane.
léegi suñ region bi dañ déggoo soo xoolee suñ history amoon na time boo xam ne ñi léegi mel ni déggoo amut soo léegi mu ngi laa wane suñ region gi dafa déggoo. So yaa ngi gis this democratic wave that's also really part of it moo tax dañ lay just liñ ko dee waxee frown upon any military intervention so there's a usually common living consensus and usually agreement on so much ñu nekkaa ngi push towards democracy and we've had a good relationship over the years. Let's be honest, ñun Gambia moom be it Mauritania we've had a good relationship with Mauritania for forever. Senegal léegi once in a while as part Guinea-Bissau wonderful relationship. am na ma ñaata tamit ñaata Guinea-Bissau Guineans
fi dëkk Bissau and Mauritania and then I have seen the Gambian community there dañ fa bari for example in Mauritania dañ fa am school sax Gambian school so loolu mu ngi laa wane dëkk yi nekk soo leen soxla jëm comme ça Mauritania Sénégal Gambia Guinée Bissau dañ nekk dëkk yoo xam ne we share a lot in common moo tax soo demee Bissau sax Gambia si dañ ko wala bari trop
ay mbokk lañ li isi division bi mooy colonial politics moo really isi division gi waaye fii it was flexible dañoo dee wax porous borders but no lama samel. That's the only way it can be with human beings. So then don't move about. So we really the same people separated by politics. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Diego bu ñu nekk di gis Sénégal di ñëw di jéem a dooleel Gambia I mean gis nañ Mauritanie ñëw dooleel Gambia xam nga rek sa dëkkandoo su xewlee moom xam nga even fii am na fii sa dëkkandoo su xewlee moom ku si nekk da ngaa ñëw jéem a di noo koy dimbale doo mun a am yëpp tam parce que amul koo xam ne am nga yëpp waaye gis na ne even riders gis na riders yoo xam ne Sénégal lañ jógee waaye ngeen liggéey ak seen Gambians yi yeneen riders ak Gambians yaa fa nekk and they trying to make everything work out well comme ni ñu ko waxee rek I mean yes Gambia ñoo nekk di host summit bi nii but Gambia is doing this on behalf of the African bloc.
li xew mooy Aliou Africa si boppam rawatina West Africa moo mënut a afford summit bi mu am ay flaws wala mu fail because su failee xëy na dëgg la Gambia moo ko host waaye African bloc bi lañ ko nekk di defal si tuuri Africa lañ ko nekk di defee so moo tax it's no surprise ne gis nga Sénégal Guinée Mauritanie ñëpp ñoo jël seen alal dugal ko si ak seen nit ñi seen boppa du si moto yi du si rider yi du si even personnel te foog naa loolu li moo wone rek mooy ne lii suñ bos la te fu mu jaar mu sotti ñëpp ñoo si war a jàpp dafa rafet waaye mi tax mooy wane lu am solo mooy bennoo bi ñu nekk di gis ci Afrique rawatina soppi bi duñ daan am loolu because li nga xamoon mooy dëkk yi you know bëri woon na division bi difference bi fële loolu yëpp bëri woon na fa waaye yàlla dimbala nañu ba nga xam ne jamono dox na ñu yóbbu agsi foo xamante ne jamono ji suñ xoolal bu président Embalo agsi naka la doon liggantee ak président Barrow nga seet vice président bi moo receive président Faye ci airport bi moo receive président bu Mauritanie ci airport bi yaa ngee gis ñoom neen seen interactions it tells you ne déggoo mu ngi fa te ñun Afrique loolu lañ soxla soo gisee yeneen réew yi raw ñu ak yeneen continents yi lu si mel ni Europe bi ak Amérique bi ak Asia bi because ñàkk a déggoo bi mooy problème bi waaye léegi ñu ngi gis ne loolu ngee change and maa ngi ñaan ak loolu tamit mu continuer gën a law especially across the entire continent ndax xam nañ ne Afrique dañ dee ñun tey soo xoolee ci wàllum population ñun ñoo ëppa ñi continent si yëpp nga ñëw ci wàllum resources am ñun ñoo ëppale ñëpp waaye ñoo gën a néew doole am li ko waral mooy duut fitna waaye ñàkk a déggoo waaye tey suñu amul situation boo xam ne Afrique yëpp juboo nañ nekk benn lu bëri dafaa yomba ak ñun te fu mu jaar àdduna déglu ñu soo gisee léeg-léeg sax africains yi dinañ dem ci global platform si du ñoo déggoo kii waxee ni kii waxee na leen ñàkk a déggoo tax waaye suñ den wax ci benn kàddu rek te déggoo nekk fa lu bëri la doon yomb
lu bëri daf doon sotti
te suñ continent dina doon gën a sori in terms of development kon lii foog naa we should be able to build on this mu nekk luy continuer yàlla dimbali nañu tey Gambia Sénégal Gambia Guinée Gambia Mauritania Gambia Sierra Leone Gambia Bissau relationship bi mu ngi gën a strong.
Well, Ansumana, there's another flight now landing at the Banjul International Airport. I mean, at the moment, this is going to be another president also arriving at the Banjul International Airport. The airport is very busy today. I mean, the airport hasn't been this busy for a long time, but then, I mean, it is because of the Oasis Summit that the airport is quite busy. From yesterday to today bokk nga mi nag seetaan QTV mu nekk ne mën nañu wax ne am na beneen flight bu land fële ca Banjul International Airport am naa ne dinañ jéem a confirm rek kan si njiiti réew yi moo nekk si flight boobu nag bi nga xam ne land na léegi nii fële ca Banjul International Airport bari nga ñun temento kulta do fanan jiite nag Banjul International Airport mba tela ka confirm jumalum actually abagi kono ne bo kibaro fanan natale Ansumana def na ne airport bi tey mu ngi busy
Gambia si boppam moo busy tey Aliou waaye lii dafa rafet président yaa ngi jógee ko fu nekk ci àdduna am na ñoo xamante ne tamit na nekkuñ président waaye président yaa leen fi ebal special envoy yaa ngi fi foreign ministers yaa ngi fi prime ministers yaa ngi fi Aliou tey Gambia dafa dalal àdduna te bési taarix la ndax summit bi mooy li ma wax dafa ñu si jamono boo xamante ne attention baa ngi bëri lool ci yenn réew ci àdduna te réew yooyu leen li ci ëpp réew jullit la li tax ñu sos OIC bi si boppam région boobu area boobu ba tey fitna nga fa ni ñoo waxee nii fitna bu mag mu ngi fa kon lii dafa ñëw si jamono boo xam ne àdduna yëpp mu ngi bàyyi xel te jamono ji because of lii xew biir Israël ak Palestine diggante boobu leen dina bokk si lii tax àdduna gën a bàyyi xel summit bii lan la OIC bi di wax.
well kooku dafa mel ni di président of the ECOWAS commission Dr Oumar Aliou Touré moom tam mu ngi noonu di dugg si fii ci conference center bi moom tam ñëw fekkee li nga xam ne moo nekk summit bi just démba gis nañ ne gars ñu ngi am that bilateral ak ministre of communication ak digital economy signing a grant agreement of $180,000 equivalent to like Gulde said, Gulde covered the ceremony $12 million is to support the ongoing digitalization. Mr. Mbodj tey comme Asman nu ko waxee rek tey si boon government dafa moo busy tey.
Yes, but I xam nga ne tamit OIC dafa am cooperative relationships with all these international bodies, AU, EU, UN, and all over the place as it should. Oh, absolutely. We know that. This is what we expect. Tey dafa fii beehive la, it's a beehive full of activity, airport bi. It would have been more surprising if it hadn't been. So ba nga ne, hey, airport baa ngi busy, man, I hope so. What else they expect? Most of them tey la ñoo agsi. am na loo doon wax earlier, so about coming together. Yaa ngi doon wax African bit. Waaye añ ko xala yaatal tuuti bi OIC bi moom all sorts la. No, it's a tent. It's a wide tent. Man kay ni ma xalaatee mooy now we're in the world, so hot in the outer world out there, it's the world of multipolarity. During the Cold War, hanga ñoom amoon nañ so gisee ñu change their charter in 2008, so they had one in 72. Guy, hey, now we are liberating. We don't live in a Cold War anymore. The affairs, yeah. So, lana the international concerns. How do we adapt ourselves to that? Now, the family, if not exactly the Cold War returning, you amad some kind of geopolitical rivalry. From Nekayangi, so many different centers of power. You have Russia is there, the Soviet Union is gone, USA, China, can the OIC become a voice, a big voice to be reckoned with in this new multipolar world, as it were? I think that is important. What role does it have to play? How would it play? So far, groups you bury, then they play the non-aligned movement. We play that card. But you know that individual members are not really non-aligned. That is not true. Yeah. We're just playing off one camp against another. It's a skillful play of one camp against another. But if we want to be taken seriously, you're going to have values, not simply this pragmatic politicking. That is not serious, playing one group against another. We want to go beyond that, to have values. So what would be these binding values that would enable us to challenge an order that's been oppressing us? You know, the order now, the old Western order, is under pressure, but it hasn't fallen yet. China is yet to come through, others are yet to come through, it hasn't fallen yet. So we have a challenge in the contemporary world. How do we define our stance? As an OIC, you know what I mean, the sort of organization that they want to build, you know, much bigger than Islam, bigger than Arab, bigger than any continent, you know, yet based on the principles of Islam. That would be quite interesting to see how we can craft a voice.
Yeah, I mean, so I think I quite agree with Mr. Mbodj. It's beyond just what we used to
religion
have. You know, it's beyond that. And interestingly, we did talk earlier about how they have been able to at least succeed to some extent in other areas. And yesterday, or the day before yesterday rather, I had, you know, the opportunity to witness the signing of agreements between, you know, both private and public institutions, you know, between member states, you know, for business, for cooperation, you know, for support. And I think that is important. We were talking about maybe focusing more on development. And that is one way you can really support development, you know, within member states. If, for instance, Saudi has something Gambia doesn't have, what they so badly need. That is one of the reasons why the OIC was formed. You collaborate, and then they would give you what they have, and you also give them what you have, in some way. And I think this is important. So, from health to education to business, to different areas, different sectors, they have been able to sign agreements. Gambia, Mauritania, the Ministry of Health and their counterparts in other countries, and also the GCCI as well, their counterparts, from Egypt. This is good. It's good because at the end of the day, it's going to be beneficial for both countries. There would be that exchange of expertise, that exchange of, perhaps even support in terms of resources. So I think it's really very important.
And it's important to when I was reading the booklet released by the Banjul Secretariat, the OIC Banjul Secretariat, about the Banjul Summit. What they want the Banjul Summit to contribute to, which is quite interesting for me. There are really 4 key areas. One of them touches on what you were saying and what I had outlined earlier. Well, 1, strengthening unity in collectively addressing the pressing challenges facing the Ummah. 2, expanding cooperation and solidarity among member countries in the pursuit of our shared goals as enshrined in the Charter. Now listen to 3, expand our domestic economy and revitalize small and medium enterprises. That was absolutely what we're really looking for. And the 4th one, maybe we'll go into this later, taking the opportunity to share the wealth of Gambian and African culture with the world. But this is it. For me, my emphasis, I have to be honest with you, is really that expanding the domestic economy and revitalize small and medium-sized businesses. Because really, to my mind, I've been like this for a while. You have most of these political organizations, we tend to focus so much on the politics. Even with our independence, there was so much talk about anti-colonialism, anti-this, anti-that, all that political rhetoric, whilst we didn't have an economic formula. Without the economics, you're not going to go through. We've not been able to do the economics, but so much focus on political rhetoric. For me, that is really why I like this focus on the economic, really, far more than the political in many ways, because I think the political voice will come once I've got my economics right, otherwise I wouldn't.
Well, Mr. Moj, like you said, the president is still they are receiving, delegates as they arrive at the OIC conference center here in Bigilo. Just to give you a rundown of the event today. Of course, we'll have the arrival of delegates, and of course, from there, we will try to confirm who actually is on this flight. From our team at the Banjul International Airport. From the arrival of delegates at the conference center, we will also have the arrival of the heads of state and government and their reception by President Adam Barrow. And just earlier on, we saw President Umar Siko Embalo arrived at the conference center, and then there will be an opening ceremony, which is going to be the formal opening ceremony. We'll have the opening statement of the meeting by the president of the 14th Islamic Summit. Then there will be a recitation of verses from the Noble Quran, and then a statement by the chair of the 14th Islamic Summit. That's the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the current chair of the summit. And then there will be the adoptions of the composition of the bureau and handing over the presidency. Then there's going to be a statement by the Secretary General of the OIC. Then a statement by the chair. That's going to be President Barrow, chair of the 15th session of the Islamic Summit Conference, Republic of the Gambia. Then there will be another statement by the president of the Islamic Development Bank Group, and of course a statement by the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council, and statement by the Chief Guest of Honor. I'm seeing China there as Chief Guest of Honor. So that's going to be the formal opening ceremony, and from there there's going to be a break, and then they will now go into the first working session, which is going to be closed door actually. So this is going to be a circulation of the report of the chairs of the standing committees, Al-Quds committee, and then several other committees as well. There is going to be the adoption of the draft agenda and work program, and then adoption of the report of the preparatory of the Foreign Ministers Council, and then there will be going to be a statement by the heads of delegations, and then we have prayer and break, and then there's be a luncheon hosted by President Barrow here at the center. And then then they're going to have the second working session later in the day. That's the resumption of the statement by the heads of delegation, and that's going to end. I mean, the schedule for today and tomorrow, Sunday, we are going to have the arrival of delegates, and from there we'll have the third working session, which is going to include the briefing on the latest developments on the Rohingya case by His Excellency President, of course, by His Excellency Mr. Dawda Jallow, our Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Gambia, and then resumption of the statements by the heads of delegation, and then they'll go into the fourth working session, and then from there we'll have the closing session, which is going to be the adoption of the resolution on the issue of Palestine and Al-Quds, Al-Sharif, and then adoption of the final communique and the Banjul Declaration. From there, there's going to be a press conference by the chair of the 15th session of the Islamic Cooperation and the OIC Secretary General of the OIC. So that's a rundown of the program schedule for today and tomorrow. Colleagues, it's going to be quite interesting. So immediately after the formal opening ceremony, then they will go into a closed door session, and then tomorrow we are going to have the adoption of the resolution. Of course, there will be a communique and the Banjul Declaration, and finally there's going to be a press conference by the chair, of course, President Barrow. Like I said, from today he's going to take over as the 15th chair of the OIC from Saudi Arabia. Well, viewers, if you're still watching QTV, this is the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are broadcasting from the OIC Conference Center here in Bikilo, and also from the Banjul International Airport, where delegates are arriving for the 15th OIC summit here in the Gambia. Already we can confirm the president of Guinea-Bissau, Umar Barrow, is in the country. The president of Djibouti, Umar Ismail Gele, is in the country. The president of Kazakhstan is also in the country. The president of Sierra Leone is in the country. Of course, the president of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is also in the country. The vice president of Cote d'Ivoire is in the country. Senegalese president Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye is also in the country. And of course, Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani is also in the country, together with other senior government officials from the 57 member countries of the OIC, are all in the Gambia to witness or attend this important 15th OIC summit being hosted here in the smiling coast of Africa on behalf of the African bloc. Gambia has been preparing for this summit for the past years and months, and then there has been overwhelming support from the Muslim Ummah, Mr. Mboj. When you look at all these projects that have been implemented under the OIC, most of it, it comes in the forms of grants and loans from development partners, and of course, mostly from the Muslim Ummah, such as the Saudi Fund for Development. They have been really very supportive, to the implementation of some of this project. But coming back home, we talk about the issue of unity. We talk about the people coming together and seeing this thing as a national event. I don't know. Are you expecting to see the opposition party leaders here to witness the opening ceremony?
One would have expected
so. Yeah.
One would have expected the government actually invite them. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
It's a national event.
Exactly.
It is not a party political event. So I certainly hope that they were invited. Whether they're here or not, that's a different point. You see, Aliu, I think Madam Sissoko says something as much, really. You have to make a distinction between really what's in your party interest.
Exactly.
You are legitimately
and
allowed to do so in a democracy.
And
but again, you have to create space for what is really in the national interest, in which you're going to have a bipartisan, as they call it in US politics, kind of relationship where you can go beyond the narrow confines of your ideology or your programs and embrace the wider national interest. That is really the height of maturity. Can you have the political maturity where we can police the border, as it were, between proper political competition, that is what democracy means, and the national agenda that binds us all as one, the values. I think that would be the world of values versus the world of politics. That's how I will put it.
Ansumana, equally, I'm expecting to see the political party leaders in the country. The likes of Ba Usainu, Mama Kande, Khalifa Saleh, and several others. And I hope the organizing committee has invited them to be part of this opening ceremony, because yes, they are politicians, they are figures, father figures to many people. They have huge following, huge influence, and their presence in this summit is going to confirm, when we say this summit is about the Gambia, it's not about politics. And I think having them in the hall, sitting there, witnessing this event is going to send a strong message to the world that this is not about politics, but about the Gambia. And I hope they've been invited, because they can also come here if they're not invited.
Just before you come in, I keep hearing people say this is all about politics, but actually it is about politics. Everything is about politics, but healthy politics.
Yes,
let us make that distinction.
Yeah.
Making distinction between what is healthy, what is in the national interest, that's about politics. What's in the party interest, that's about politics. But just the kind of politics that we want to do, we don't want to do too much party politics. Ansumana.
Yeah, so they should be invited, and one would expect that
they are invited.
They are invited.
Yeah.
Regarding whether this is about politics or not, the OIC in itself, if you look at it, is somehow a political organization.
Oh, it is very deeply a political one.
So exactly. So for me, I think what matters is that every single Gambian feels involved in this. And how do you make everyone feel involved is by ensuring that everybody has a role to play in this, by supporting the entire process. And that includes inviting political party leaders, it includes inviting our religious leaders, because this is, in as much as it is an international summit, it is also a very, very significant national event for us.
The mayors and governors.
All right. So I see no reason why they shouldn't be here. I want to believe they have been invited, and it would really be very beautiful and important, for that matter, that they are all in attendance. This is a historic moment, and it would send a very strong message.
Julde?
For me, really, I think whether they are invited or not, they should be part of this thing, because at the end of the day, it's a Gambian thing. We all have a role to play as far as the success of this summit is concerned, because it's a Gambian thing. We've been emphasized the fact that this is not a political thing, and people should not politicize it. Even though we know that everything in life has to do with politics, but the most important thing is
you can't also go to a place you're not invited.
But it's a Gambian thing.
No, like you said, whether they're invited or not, that's what I'm saying. If they're not invited, definitely.
That's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't expect Bowser to come here uninvited.
No, but
definitely.
if they see it as an NPP summit, of course, if they are not invited, they can come. They will not come. But if they see it as a Gambian summit, whether you're invited or not, I think they should be able to contribute in their own ways and then come. That is my own point. Like, this is not an NPP thing. It's not a political thing. It's a Gambian thing. Everybody should contribute, whether you like it or not, to make it a success. The success of this summit is the success of the African continent as a whole. Like I said, we have a lot of things to leverage on as far as this summit is concerned. The African continental free trade area is here. It has been ongoing for far too long, and it is not. It has not been a success because of all these divides that are going on in the continent. I think as a continent, like Ansumana Nyasi mentioned earlier on, we have a lot of things. We have the resources, we have the land, we have what it takes, we have the intellectuals. I think if we come together, these things would be a success. We will not have to depend on other things. We've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, Africa suffered the most, and it should not be the case, because we have what it takes here to actually succeed in our own continent rather than just depending on other continents. So really, I think this is an opportunity for the African leaders to come together and then form something unit, make the African continental free trade area a realization, and even the ECO that they have been dragging on for far too long. They should make it something that is realistic, and then people can just forge ahead as a continent.
Thank you very much, Julde Nyai, Bodumboch, and Ansumana Nyasi. Well, viewers, you're still watching QTV, your premier private TV station here in the Gambia, and we are broadcasting from the OIC Conference Center here in Bilateral, and also from the airport where heads of states are still arriving. We are also broadcasting on Q Radio on 103.3 and also streaming live on Facebook at QTV Gambia. And because this is a national event, and we want to provide that platform for every Gambian wherever you are. I mean, to be able to follow what is happening here at the OIC Conference Center here in Bigelow, where, like I said, I mean, delegates are coming in, I mean, to witness this important occasion here in the Gambia. Already the Gambian President Adama Barrow has arrived earlier on, and he's now there to welcome, I mean, the delegates as they arrived at the summit, at the venue here, rather, for the formal opening ceremony, which will be followed later by a closed-door session, I mean, of the delegates to discuss issues relating to, I mean, to the issue in Palestine and other pertinent matters affecting the Muslim Ummah around the world. So it's a quite important event. I mean, the Gambia, though as small as many will say, but then we are here hosting the OIC Summit, which is the second largest intergovernmental organization after the UN General Assembly. I mean, a body which was formed in 1969 following an acid attack on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. I mean, where, I mean, as we speak, I mean, it's a center of conflict between Israel and Palestine over that area. And the summit today will discuss, issues of how to
actually, Honorable Mama Kande is here. I've seen pictures of him here this morning. Wonderful. So this is beautiful.
So my colleague Ansmana Esunya is just confirming that Honorable Mama Kande, the leader of the GDC party, is already here. I mean, we have seen images of him at the conference center here. And like I said, I mean, as you are seeing on your screens, delegates are still arriving here at the conference center. And like I said earlier on, I mean, we are extending our commendation to the security, the protocols, the drivers, and everyone who is involved in the organization of this summit. I mean, and we hope, I mean, we are going to have a quite successful summit here in the Gambia. Mr. Mbouch, Mr. Ansumana, comme ñu confirmé already comme ñu ñu jëm waxtaane rek ñu bari ñu ngi ñëw already Mama Kandeh moom mu ngi fi te am nañ yaakaar tam ñeneen tam dinañ ñëw parce que lii national thing la te foo naa képp koo xam ne Gambia nga tey war ngaa bég war ngaa kontaan war ngaa gis sa bopp si bés bii nii.
Oh, absolutely. So the question of whether invite Nenglen or not, well, at least perhaps you confirm Bena, invite Neng Mama Kandeh.
Wow.
At least so this is it. We of course we expect them to we expect the organizing committee, those responsible for that sort of thing, of course, to invite.
Exactly. So I mean, moving forward, Mr. Mbouch, I mean. Post this summit, I mean, these are things that many people are asking. After the summit, where does this leave our country? I mean, you talk to the OIC secretariat. I mean, CEO Ambassador Yankuba Diba. I mean, they want to leave behind a legacy that will be here for years. I mean, they want they see the OIC hosting as a legacy project that's going to have a great impact on the lives and livelihood of the people. Do you share the same view?
No, Muninko determine. The only thing we Muna determine why on the days that you had our sittings, things went successfully. Big demas, guy adopts wara adopt nyibining. Afterwards, lanyoham, perhaps. Oh, money. I'm on an agreement. Being a makatati OIC meeting be 5 years later, mungi yield results. Can you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
There be lots of bilateral agreements
yes.
deals and all of that. And you don't want to perhaps focus more on economic development. It will be interesting to see resolutions, see nakala theme be. Nakala turn it into resolutions, as it were. And you talk about helping small businesses and that sort of thing. So they in the future, it would now point to prosperous, growing businesses doing well. When be the opportunity, be or investment.
That's President Julius Maada Bio of Sierra Leone. They are arriving at the summit here, and he is being received by his counterpart, President Adama Barrow. President Maada Bio, is accompanied to Banjul by his wife Fatimata Jabi Bio, who is a Gambian, someone that most of us know personally because, we've worked with her in the past while she was in the country, and she's now the First Lady of Sierra Leone as is back home. For Bio also, this is home. We all know the relationship between Gambia and Sierra Leone. I mean, this is where
Mr. Boy
most
can
of our
tell you.
elites, I mean, had the education back then, including the chairman of the Q group, Mohamed Jah. Also, most of these people,
Mr. Boy
had
can
their
tell you
education
about
in Sierra Leone. So the ties between Banjul and Freetown is a long-standing one.
Oh
Mr.
my
Boy.
God, we were there together and from SFR.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, it goes back for a very, very long time. From 1821 to 1830 something, I think we were ruled from Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
And then again from 1860s to 1888 when finally we got our own administration. We were ruled from Sierra Leone. And culturally, I mean, all our teachers early on, just after independence, virtually most of the top teachers all from Sierra Leone. You take the Aku community in Banjul from Sierra Leone. So in the case of the Gambia, Senegal and Sierra Leone, that kind of relationship is really special.
Well,
So
and there you have the president of Djibouti, Omar Ismail Gele. He has also arrived at the conference center, and they are being received by his counterpart, President Adama Barrow. That's the president of Djibouti, Omar Ismail Gele, a country in East Africa, of course, bordered by Somalia, Eritrea, and Ethiopia, and the Red Sea to the east. I mean, it's a country with just 1.1 million people. Population-wise, is the smallest country on mainland Africa, but when it comes to land size, we say the Gambia, and that's the president of Djibouti there, Ismail Omar Gele, there also arriving at the OIC conference center here in Banjul. Mr. Mboj, the leaders are coming thick and fast, and I'm sure very soon we might be witnessing, the formal opening ceremony. It's now approaching 10:30 a.m. here in Banjul, and you're watching QTV, the Gambia's first private TV station, and we are bringing you live coverage of the 15th OIC Summit here in Banjul under the theme Enhancing Unity and Solidarity through Dialogue for Sustainable Development. And that's the air view of the conference center you are seeing on your screens, Mr. Mboj.
Absolutely, yes, they're arriving as they should, and very soon.
Yes, Gambia, Sierra Leone.
Yes, and yes. So, no surprises that really Madabio is here. I think when Barrow took over in 2017, who was his first foreign president visitor? Ernest Bai Koroma, wasn't it?
Yes.
I think the President Barrow's first foreign visitor, presidential visitor, was really from Sierra Leone. This is what we were saying. I mean, the very close relationships. One would have been very surprised if Ernest Bai Koroma didn't, if Madabio didn't come. Because of this close relationship, even with us, with Q Group, we've had an advantage. When we opened Q City, there was the President Ernest Bai Koroma around. And yes, and Forabe College for a very long time. When I look at today, these top civil servants, most of them, a good number of them, let's put it that way, they're all graduates of Forabe College, what they used to call the Athens of West Africa. So, boy, where would we be without Sierra Leone before we got the University of the Gambia in many ways? So, yes, we have a good relationship, and it's a proud moment to have President Ernest Madabio come here to grace the occasion, really, to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother, his elder brother, really.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Asumana, comme ni ma ko waxee rek ak mu nekk nii Madabio moom tam agsi na gis nañ tam président Djibouti bi Omar Ismail Gele moom tam agsi na waaye soo xoolee diggante Gambia ak Sierra Leone diggante bu yàgg la.
xam nga Aliou réew Gambia ak Sierra Leone jamono bi nga xamante ne suñ ñaari réew yaa ngi nekkoon ci loxo tubaab bi am na benn time Gambia sax réew mi ñu ko daan doxalee Sierra Leone lu bëri li daan xew fii dafa mel ni ndigal bi Sierra Leone la daan jógee ñëw fii kon ñaari réew yi ba pare dañ bokk lu bëri comme soo ñëwee Sénégal wala nga dem li ci mel ni Mauritanie wala even ñaari Guinée yi sax sant yi nuñ bokkee sant bokk aada waaye tamit laaka yi sax am na laaka yoo xam ne da nga koo laaka fii dem laaka ko biir Sierra Leone di nga fa dégg Fofana Camara Cissé loolu yëpp yaa ngi ko amee tamit Gambia ni nga amee Poli Diallo seen vice président bi Diallo la sant Pol la kon loolu yaa ngi ko am Sierra Leone am ko Gambia bëri na luñ bokk dafa bëri luñ bokk te yàlla def jamono ji ki nga xamante ne la yàlla dénk réew Sierra Leone kii di soxnaam mu nekk doomi réew Gambia kon Gambia ak Sierra Leone dafa mel ni li ñu xaajale wala li ñu utale rek mooy politics waaw ci politique nga ko mën a méngale ne loolu ñu utale waaye gannaaw loola ñun ñëpp benn nit ñi lañ te foog naa ñëpp mën nañoo gis similarités yi fu nekk bokk na ci tamit ak luy tax ba ki si mel ni président Mada Bio bàyyi soxlaam ñëw Gambia duut ne rek dafa bëgg a ñëw attend sommet bi meeting bi waaye bokk na ci li ko indi mooy Afrique si boppam moo xewle Gambia dafa nekk di host sommet bi ci tuuri Afrique kon soo gisee gars yi di bàyyi seen soxla di ñëw xam nañ ne dafa mel ni ñoom ñoo xewle kon kenn ku nekk foog nga def foog am nga ci wàll foog am loo def pour gis ne sommet bi successful na kon lii dafa rafet ba pare ñu wax ne rek fu waay munti ne tey sooy Gambien wala ngay Africain war ngaa am nga looy puugaroo war ngaa mën a ndamoo ne tey ñun ñoo xewle ndax bés bu am solo la bési taarix la.
That's it. Jàppale sa dëkkandoor. Man really that's I'm thinking about it along those lines.
Yeah.
Nga Afrique ñu ñëpp ko bokka.
Waaw.
Waaye gis ngeen am West African si am président si ñoo ñëw. These are the facts. Isn't it? ñoom ñu am nañ fa good number ñoom ñoo ñëw. So man maa ngi ko gisee in the context ne yes suñ brother Adama Barrow mu ngi host loo xam ne pour continent bi yëpp la. ñun ñoo ko jegeñ mooy suñu dëkkandoor añ ko jàppale. see when I really see yes añ ko jàppale.
dafa demee julle.
comme noo leen ko waxee daanaka yéen wax ngeen ko yëpp soo gisee diggante Gambia ak Sierra Leone nekkul tey affaire bu yàgga la looloo tax sa ñu am first lady bi ku fa nekk mu nekk Gambia loolu mu dafa wone ne daal ñaari dëkk la waaye nit ñi yëpp benn lañ te Sierra Leone in terms of exportation tamit ñu ngi export a lot in the Gambia because as of 2021 fan naa dañ export around $834,000 si Gambia fii mu nekk loo xam ne they are part of the few African countries yoo xam ne dañ dee mën a export a lot to the Gambia so loolu wane na aside from trade tamit in terms of our cultures traditions yi and all of that dafa dañ am similarities between Sierra Leone ak Gambia gis nañ fi Sierra Leone yu bari ñu fi gis nañ tamit Gambian yu bari tamit ñu ngi Sierra Leone and even Ade Dramé ko xam ne Sierra Leone la bàyyee ko mu ngi QTV Gambia so loolu dafa wone ne daal relationship bi dafa yàgga Gambia ak Sierra Leone nekkul Gambia ak Sierra Leone yow Gambia ak Sénégal Gambia ak Mauritanie Gambia ak Mali ak all the sub region bi yëpp Gambia dafa bokk si loo xam ne daal relationship bi mu ngi fa so as Africans lii dafa wone ne ñun dañ am something very unique Africa rek ngay ñëw nga dem si beneen dëkk nga feel like ne yaa ngi si sa own dëkk loolu Africa rek la nekk nga dem si beneen dëkk nga gis foofu noonu sa family members yi nga gis traditions bi ak yu ñoo lekka bi ak yëpp mu nekk loo xam ne daal dafa nduroo luy utee tuuti rek ay utee si affaire yi so dafa unique moo taxit daal dañ war a jël the opportunity as Africans ñu booloo nekk benn liggéey foog naa ne suñ booloo nekk benn ñu nekk benn kaddu lu bëri muñ naa xëcc si biir Africa bi nekkul Gambia rek te Gambia lii dafa nekk loo xam ne daal dañ ko war a puugaroo
exactly and there does the Qatari delegation ñoom ñoo nekk di dugg si noonu Mauritanie seen président bi Mohamed Ould Ghazouani moom moo nekk di agsi noonu ci conference center bi fii ci Bijilo eso ina ko gis fi mu nekk nii mbokk nga xam ne ina ngi sitaan rek ki nga xam ne moo nekk président Mauritanie Mohamed Ould Ghazouani ko xam ne agsi na bu yàggut fale ca airport bi rek moom moo nekk di acti fii ci conference center bi ci Bijilo fi nga xam ne président Barrow mu ngi fii pour receive képp koo xam ne yaa ngi ñëw ci conference center bi comme est-ce que Jude loo doon wax rek diggante Gambie ak Sierra Leone kay even soo demee sa nanga da nga faa fekk Gambians yu bari especially soo demee Kono gars yi bari nañ fa nga dem ci yeneen dëkk yi Gambians yaa ngi fa fees te foog naa loolu lu am solo la monsieur Mbodj yaa ngi smile bi moo ne Kono
Wow, absolutely. I ngi start wax yooyu rek suma memories yi just maa ngi doon reminisce you know about biñ fa nekk absolutely fantastic place ñun daal we felt at home but it was interesting ne years later ba ñibbisee the problem si starté di ñëw Freetown xam nga mu ngi starté on seen civil war biñ amoon bi moo ñëw Freetown so ñu bari ñëw dëkk around Kolo léegi so di nga gis ne ubbi fa ay restaurants yaa ngi amoon entrepreneurial ay heart of gold they brought it over from Freetown foofu la daan demee di lekk ay cassava fa ay patatali so xam nga mu ngi so mu ngi feel ne xam nga ñi they are my people xam nga that feeling not necessarily together, but I feel a certain togetherness, that belonging, feeling that we belong together.
There you have the president of Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, who has now arrived here at the conference center, and President Barrow is there receiving him. Other leaders are also expected here at the conference center. And like I said, I mean, other countries whose presidents can't attend have their foreign ministers or prime ministers or vice presidents representing their countries in this important summit here at the conference center. You were saying something about Sierra Leone?
Yeah. This is just the wonderful memories and stuff. And when we return, you bury you want, I mean, Kololi and stuff. Then afterwards, when peace returned to their country, a good number of them also returned, even though Sierra Leone is if you barina there, just as you know, the Gambians is so we really cannot help it. We must have this relationship. Given the people's population, the Gambian Sierra Leone is very free. So naturally, politicians they better get on.
Aliou dafa mel ni lii du gaaw a door tey. dafa mel ni waxtu bi nga xam ne lañ amoon xëy na lañ amoon yaakaar ne dina start at that time because dafa mel ni am na ñoo xamante ne ba tey ñu ngi si yoon accès guñ foog ñu dalal leen airport dalal leen fii balaa sommet bi mën a start ndax si lañ bokk kon président bi gis na ba tey mu ngi receive gars yi moom mooy njaati gi foog mu dalal leen ba pare sommet bi doo ko mën a door kon dafa mel ni tey waaw tey daal it's going to be a long day Mr Mbodj man loolu laay séntu xam naa ne lii daal du gaaw a door waaye du gaaw a jeex ñaari fan yi waxtaan waaye soo gisee waajantal bi mu yàgg ñu prépare fu ne ñu dugg ak génn defar tali defar lële defar lii la woon léegi nag bés bi jot na dafa mel ni teel a ngénte bi kon Aliou
dafa war a continuer
waaw comme noo ko waxee rek xam naa du teel a start parce que ba léegi délégation yaa ngee ñëw njiiti réew yaa ngee ñëw fii ci conference center bi xam naa ne Mr Mbodj mais bi dinañ waa léegi Diomaye that's President Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye here arriving at the conference center mbaɗigol ñin temento e kame Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye Sénégal a président wala futa kandang OIC conference center jang pour kanake kamaɓe OIC sombe ñinna mbokk ñame ina siran TV leen dalala di leen wax ne ba léegi ki nga xam ne moo nekk Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye président bu Sénégal moom moo nekk di egsi noonu fii ci conference center bi gannaaw bi mu eggee fii ci Gambia si suba teel jii nii moom tam mu ngi ñëw nga fekkee li nga xam ne moo nekk di OIC summit bi nga xam ne Gambia ñu ngi ko dalal fii ci Banjul musidɗo ɗon ɗo joni ko ganduɗa ko woni président Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye ko kanko woni hewtude OIC conference center ɗo pour kanko ɗo ara o tawe ganduɗa ko ɗum woni OIC summit o. Well, because like I said, that's the president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye. They are arriving at the conference center here in Bilateral, and he will be received on arrival by the president of the Republic, President Barrow, for this important summit, which will commence any moment, I mean, for the formal opening ceremony here at the OIC Conference Center. And QTV Gambia will bring you live coverage of the formal opening ceremony before, I mean, the leaders are convened into a closed door session to discuss, I mean, and look at the agenda of the summit. Earlier on, I mean, 2 days ago, we had the Foreign Affairs Council meeting, which also centered more on the agenda of the summit. And prior to that, there was also the senior government officials and ambassadors meeting here at the same venue. And today and tomorrow, we are going to witness the actual summit of world leaders of the OIC member countries, which is 57 countries. Like I said, not all the leaders are able to attend this summit, not just the Gambia summit, but every summit. You don't have all the leaders attending. I mean, most of the leaders, there you have Bassirou Diomaye Faye, moo nekk di wàcc noonu si otaam bi ku ko receive moo nekk président Adama Barrow. yaa ngi gis ñoom ñaari Gambia ak Sénégal benn bopp la am nga dëkk yoo xam ne ñoo bokk si lu bari ci wàlli lekka si wàlli làkka si wàlli aada ak cosaan ñaari réew yi mën nañu wax ne benn bopp la kenn mënu koo xar ñaar so loolu moo nekk noonu yaa ngi gis président Barrow ak rakam counterpart am Bassirou Diomaye Faye fal foofu noonu di am nataal gis nañ Diomaye du ko si na léegi ci hall bi moom tam mu ñëw pour fekkee li nga xam ne nekk OIC summit bi. Well, viewers, there you have the president of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, who arrived earlier this morning at the Banjul International Airport, and he's here to join his colleagues and counterparts from other countries of the OIC member countries to witness, and join in discussions
there's another one coming
of the OIC summit. There's another one coming. It looks like the vice president, if I'm not mistaken, but
yes.
More delegates are coming into the conference center now. And sumana Mr. Mbodj Julde gis nañ ne Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye moo tam egsi na yàggut la fi ñëwoon na fi pour nemmeeku depuis bi nga ko falee nekk président Sénégal ñëw na fii nii gisante ak président Barrow gaay jéem waxtaan si yu bari si wàllu rataxal diggante Banjul ak Dakar te nag dellusiwaat na pour ñëw fekkee li nga xam ne nekk OIC summit bi.
lu am solo la Aliou because man mii mu toog wi dama am famille yu bari yu nekk Sénégal family member so duma mën a génnee suma boppa Sénégal xam naa ne tamit ñu bari fii duñ mën a génnee seen boppa Sénégal because Sénégalais boo gis rek am na family Gambian boo gis rek most of them am nañ family Sénégal xanaa joolaa yoo xam ne dëkkuñ fenn ñooñu rek amul family Sénégal so loolu dafa wane ne diggante Sénégal ak Gambie la lu yàgga la
dégloo Asma mu ne ma ne waxal eso na moytu lu mu jéem a làkk arabique
moo ma si jaaxal garaaw lu rek
man maa leen fi nekkal tey jàppale leen ci arabic interpretation bi
so am na solo torop diggante bi pour rataxal ko over the years gis nañ ne dëgg la depuis time Jammeh diggante bi mu ngi ratax depuis time Jawara diggante baa ngi ratax am nañ cooperations yu bari bilateral relations Gambia ak Sénégal lu dul mbiri politics benn lañ gis nañ during football time bi wax bi bari na and all of that but at the end of the day benn dëkk lañ benn nit lañ so Africa daal du Gambie ak Sénégal rek waaye Gambie ak yeneen réew yi foog naa ne loolu lu am solo la rataxal diggante bi ñu booloo nekk benn comme lu ma ko waxoon rek Gambie Africa we have a lot to offer actually in terms of at the global stage so suñ booloo nekk benn peace bi mu nekk fa rek lu bari mun naa xëj dëgg la Gambia dëkk bi dafa ndaw in terms of size and population wise waaye in terms of them capabilities we are capable we have the peace we have what it takes if Gambia can actually host a summit of this nature what is stopping us from hosting other summit gis nañ fii legacy bi foog naa daal legacy bi is very important gis nañ ne the legacy started from former presidents Jawara gis nañ ne moom mu host the ECOWAS summit AU summit bi President Yahya Jammeh and now we are talking about the OIC summit President Adama Barrow who knows beneen summit bi tamit kan moo ko host moo taxit legacy is very important foog naa ne dañ continuer loo xam ne daal dañ start loo xam ne dañ ko war a continuer Gambia bi fii ñu ngi host very important summits si àddina si from Barrow ban legacy lam fee bàyyee what is the plans lan la moo lee foundation bu moo lee bu tax ne beneen président tamit su ñëwaatee lan ban summit lam fee host I think that is very 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 important because already predecessors they already laid the foundation as far as development is concerned as far as summits are concerned
wërsëg la
du wërsëg kese de liggéey bokk na si de
ñu doon wax affaire political party leaders yi gis naa picture si His Excellency former Vice President bi Ousainou Darboe ak ki nga xamante ne mooy Lord Mayor bu Banjul so yes mun nañoo confirm fi mu ne ñoom ñu ngi ci biir hall bi in fact all the former Vice Presidents yi ñu am from Aïssatou Ndiaye Seydi to Fatmata Jallow Tamba to Dr. Aïssatou Touré to Ousainou Darboe ñoom ñëpp ñu ngi ci biir hall bi already
that's good comme ñu ngi jéem a confirm ne rek comme lu ñu doon jéem a discuss si gannaaw rek ki nga xam ne moo nekk Ba Ousainou Darboe the leader of the UDP also a former Vice President and former Foreign Affairs Minister former Vice President Aïssatou Ndiaye Seydi former Vice President Fatmata Jallow Tamba and former Vice President ñoom ñëpp ñu si xool bi ñëw fekkee li nga moo nekk ubbite OIC summit bi fii ci Banjul Mr Mbodj lu ñu doon discuss mën nañ confirmer léegi ñoom ñu bari ñëw nañ te foog naa lu am solo la waaye lan nga nekk di séntu in terms of ban impact nga foog ne summit bi dina ko am comme yaa ngi wax si gannaaw ne the issue of Palestine nekk na loo xam ne depuis 1969 every summit def dee bokk si agenda bi waaye ban difference nga foog ne summit Banjul war na ko mën a indi in terms of dealing with the issues in Palestine what will make our summit different from the rest
none that is waaye tam pour mu laaj ko pour ma laaj OIC bi pour mu ñëw mun a def a significant difference in Palestine would be unfair at this point. Nekk di situation boo xam ne c'est pour ma demand of an organization or even of an individual ma demand certain things from you.
Well, and that's the hall there, Mr. Mbodj. Loolu ngeen nekk di gis ci biir hall bi lu mu nekk di plenary hall fii ci Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara International Conference Center. Noonu ngeen ko gis ci hall bi rek nit yaa ngi dugg ci occupy seen toogu yi in preparation for the formal opening ceremony.
Yeah, that's it. The impact being on Palestine, it appears for now, when you look at situations, Lulu, do help. Of course, it's going to continue to add its voice to other voices in the world. I'm crying, clamoring for justice, you know, a separate home for the Palestinians. I'm going to add Lulu. Why didn't make much of a difference politically, the outcomes for I do not expect so. Perhaps we might expect changes in other areas. We might expect development or improvement would be in other areas. I think that's really what's going to happen. Aliu? Yeah. So that's it. Why people expect that I do not have much. I do not see really help.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mbodj. Well, viewers, those are live images from in the plenary there where delegates arriving, awaiting the formal opening ceremony here at the Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara Conference Center here in Banjul. Like I said, the Gambia is hosting the 15th OIC Summit under the theme ensuring solidarity and unity through dialogue and dialogue for sustainable development. And the Gambia is hosting the summit. And because of the Gambia hosting the summit, President Barrow is going to assume, the chairmanship of the OIC for the next 3 years. Already, Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. Mamadou Tangara has assumed the role of chairmanship of the Council of Foreign Ministers, who had earlier on met to discuss the agenda of the summit, and the leaders are meeting today to discuss further on the agenda of the summit and, of course, ratify the resolutions before coming out with a communique and, of course, Banjul Declaration. We can confirm that the President of Guinea-Bissau is in town for the summit. The President of Djibouti as well is in the country. Kazakhstan is in the country. The President of Sierra Leone, Julius Maada Bio, is in country. The President of Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, the Vice President of Cote d'Ivoire is in the country. The President of Senegal, Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, is in the country. The President of Mauritania, Mohamed Ould Ghazouani, is also in the country. So, and then there are other senior government officials from other countries whom presidents could not make it to the summit are all here to witness this important occasion. Like we always say, we cannot afford to have all the 57 heads of state in the country. There is no summit where you have all the leaders attending one. So the most important thing is having the representation of all the OIC member countries in the country. But equally, there are other countries that are coming in as observers such as Russia, Bosnia, Central African Republic, Thailand. These are observer countries of the OIC. But what is critical is that the outcome of this summit in Banjul is something that is going to interest the world, even countries that are not part of the OIC. But like we've always been saying, is that even the United States of America, the UK, these countries are not part of the OIC. But the outcome of this of this summit, especially on the issue of the ongoing war on Gaza, is something that is going to be of great importance, importance to the White House and of course other European countries, because each country has a stance as far as the ongoing war on Gaza is concerned, and this is something that really will really interest them. Not only that, also because all these countries also there are Muslims. In most of them, you have millions of Muslims in those countries, and whatever is happening within the Muslim Ummah is something that directly or indirectly affects them, and they all have an interest on the ongoing war in Palestine, of course Gaza, I would say. So, Mr. Mbodj, like I said, the outcome of this summit, is something that all of us, are waiting to see. Even the presence of the international media here confirms that. We have seen journalists from TV, radio, print, online. They are all here. Just to, and so they are able to capture whatever is going to be discussed during this summit.
Well, we are all interested in the event because, as we keep on saying, It is the second largest intergovernmental gathering, apart from the UN. So we are all interested in it. What they're going to say, well, some of what they're going to say, you might have a good idea of what it might be, but what it's going to achieve, it's very, very difficult to tell, really. Particularly in the political realm, when it comes to international politics. It might achieve other improvements, other things in other areas, but in the political realm, I'm not sure how it can do that. But it will be interesting to know, you're right. What will be the Banjul Declaration? How would it frame? The final communique, what resolutions would you have in them? So yes, we will be interested in all of that. They going to say, they're going to publish later on, they will release. But whether you're going to have the political impact in the world, I'm not sure whether that will happen.
It's interesting. Well, viewers, if you're still watching the Gambia's first private TV station, QTV. We are broadcasting live from the OIC Conference Center here in Bigelow and also from the Banjul International Airport. I mean, where we are bringing you live images as the presidents arrived in the country for the summit. And then here, as we speak, delegates are coming thick and fast. I mean, here at the conference center to witness the formal opening ceremony. And so as we understand, some political party leaders are equally here to witness the event, such as the leader of the Gambia Democratic Congress Party, Mama Kande. We have also seen Barrow, who is the leader of the United Democratic Party, and a former vice president of the country, also served as a former foreign affairs minister. Former vice presidents Aissatou Njie Saidi, Fatima Jallow Tambajang, and Dr. Aissatou Toure are all people we can confirm already here at the conference center to witness the opening of this summit here in Banjul. It has taken the Gambia many years and months of preparation to be able to host, I mean, this summit, and finally, I mean, we're here hosting the summit, and then the attendance so far looks good in terms of, I mean, having all the 57 member countries of the OIC being represented here at the conference center here in Bigelow. I mean, a lot of resources have been invested into this summit. Gambians from within and outside the country have also shown their support, I mean, to this to the hosting of the summit. I mean, yes, I mean, like we said, Gambia is hosting this summit on behalf of the African bloc, but equally there are private individuals who have also shown their support in any way they can to ensure Gambia hosts a successful summit. And those are the flags you are seeing, members of the OIC organization who all have their representatives here. And like we said, top of the agenda of this summit it will be the issue of Palestine, and of course trying to look at other issues affecting the Muslim Ummah, such as social inequalities and of course terrorism, extremism. I mean, the instability in countries like Sudan, Somalia. I mean, terrorist activities in countries like even Nigeria. I mean, in Niger, in Mali. I mean, Lebanon. I mean, these are all issues that the Muslim Ummah, I mean, is confronted with, but equally other issues as well that is affecting the Muslim Ummah. And we hope the summit, I mean, or the OIC, I mean, we'll try to look at how best, I mean, they'll be able to address, I mean, some of these issues. And like we said, from this summit, President Barrow is going to assume the chairmanship of the OIC. And what legacy and achievements is he going to bring to the OIC is something that we have to wait and see. But all we know is that it's not going to be an easy task, Mr. Mboj, for the president.
Oh, absolutely. We said it earlier. Who was it that said that, according to the chief of the OIC Secretariat, they're thinking of, well, there's a concept that they define as legacy, a kind of legacy summit, as it were, to have any kinds of legacies. Then we said, you really cannot determine that. You hope for it, obviously, but what's going to happen afterwards, that will really show us what the legacy is. So we cannot determine that right now. Right now, perhaps what is in their hands would be how we organize the events, you know, the whole summit, that our guests, the delegates, will go back home tomorrow and say, yes, we were satisfied. It was a satisfactory, if nothing else, it was a satisfactory delivery, and we had a good discussions and everything went well. But what fruits would it yield later on in terms of development? I mean, they've got we'll see what the solutions that they will give us. But we know that they've got 80 or more priority areas. So in all of these areas, and now they've incorporated climate change. Everybody's thinking about climate change. Terrorism, you mentioned that. So you have in all these other areas renewable energy. So there are a whole host of areas where they'll have resolutions and have policies and have plans. So how would that yield any outcomes? That will have to take time, really. So we cannot know now.
And what more do you think President Barrow, as the chair, incoming chair, will need to be able to have that influence over these 57 member countries with, like you said, with the military might, with the resources, with huge influence, having someone coming from the Gambia? What will it take for him to have that grip and so, yes, I'm in charge?
You have to push. Maybe you have to be a bit like Mohammed Jah.
Okay.
You have to keep pushing things. You have to be skillful. You have to be. President Jawara had that quality, getting along well with people. So you have to create the leadership. You know what I mean? Leadership is about creating the kind of situations that would enable you to get the outcomes you want, if not fully. Rarely do we get 100% outcome of our plans. You're not going to have that. But if I can get, I don't know, 60%, 50%, so I must be able to rally people around me and inspire them to want to do things. That's really the whole point of leadership in the end. So it will take some skill, really. But it will be important, I think, for him to focus on the achievables. What are the low-hanging fruits? I've got only 3 years. What should I hone in on? What must I prioritize? Because I know that possibly,
I was going to ask you that. What should be the priority?
That's it.
Exactly.
Because possibly one can achieve this much within this period. I really do not know that. That's really for the diplomats and the technical people to know that sort of thing. But as an administrator, really, you must think along those lines. What is it that I can deliver within 3 years? I try to focus on that.
And what do you think that should be? If you were in his shoes as a chair, what do you think you will look at and say, I think I can achieve something within 3 years?
You see, the difficulty for me there is that I haven't got the information of how things are.
But
see, journalists, let's be careful.
But understanding what is happening within the Muslim Ummah, I mean, what will you have identified as this should be my priority areas as chairman?
Absolutely, because that will also go with, okay, granted this is what's happening in the Muslim world, what are my resources? I do not know what our resources are. So before I can take certain decisions, you see, I must have certain information. That is why I keep saying to journalists, let us be careful how we answer or what we answer. We are not technocrats, we are not experts in any of these things. We just analyze information. We know information, how to impact it. So one really cannot analyze that. But I'm sure that he will have his team. They will look at the resources they have and then look at the problems before them and then see perhaps, oh, we can hone in on problem A or and problem E. Remember B, C, D and whatever, or maybe this would be a bit too difficult, but we can move for problem E and see just what you can do within 3 years based on the reality on the ground.
And when you talk about resources, you have the financial resources and the material resources. Which resources do you
Personnel. Do we have the time? He's the president and he's doing so much. You see, a little surprised that perhaps a good number of presidents couldn't come for whatever reason. So resources will take all sorts, personnel, time, money. It takes all sorts of things really to give you what we call resources, and then you deal with problems. It takes a lot of stuff to really deal with problems. So he will have to determine that. What have I got at hand that I can use to achieve this outcome?
It's interesting, and I'm glad to say, I mean, we have people who are really following this broadcast online from the United States to Greece to Morocco, Sierra Leone. Across the world, people are following us online, also, sharing their views, some expressing how proud they are seeing their country hosting the summit. Just si kalam all of it, Mr. Mbodj, ci gannaaw ñu ngi doon jama waxtaan ne président bi moom moo war a nekk chairman pour nekk OIC. lan la laaj to be a successful pour mu war a nekk a successful chairman koo xam ne dina bàyyi a good legacy behind.
Partly ñu ngi koo gis yooyu nga dee need pour nga nekk a successful president. Xam nga it has to do with that. Yan façon ngi leadership qualities nga amee ndax mun nga inspire others te fii suñ ne others ñu ngi miin say morom. Now you can be an inspiration to your peers, you know, president and all of that. Then gamuna rally, focus attention to particular problems in hamne, perhaps munga say def dara within yati atranga am. Duma ñëw di promise loo xam ne duma ko mën a deliver or my focus ci loo xam ne loolu is a much longer term issue.
Exactly. And you just have 3 years.
maa ngi just am ñetti at. Moo tax su ma gisee yenn political parties seen leaders yi ñoo di ma promise yoo xam ne te yow yaa ngi ma laaj mandate 5 years. You really cannot think like that. Damaa ne ñetti at laa am. Lan laa mun a achieve given resources yi ma am and given problems yi ma face out there. So what is it li ma mun a achieve? So it's the qualities of leadership and your drive. Xam nga li ma la doon wax earlier on ne na nekk a bit like Mohammed Jack. Be pushful, pushing things pour affaire si xew otherwise di xew. You need that drive as well and the finesse, diplomatic finesse nga mun a carry people through. So it did all kinds of skills and qualities
but do you think,
achieve in politics.
Do you think fangane lo problem when it comes to OIC, the finance aspect of it?
It could be given the scale of the problem. Okay. Resources are always scarce. You can never have enough. Ask any manager. You can never have enough till in many ways. But
that is enough. Just resources be wrecked. Do you think that can give you results?
No, well, resources of course and plus policies. For my job, I'm the right policies. You know by personnel competence. And in fact, personnel would be part of resources, having the people with the brains and the experience. Exactly. Pour ñu mën a def loolu. Am na yoo xam ne dañ ko dee xeeb waaye nga am public policy boo xam ne maybe dina la jox 70-80% of outcomes yi nga bugga. That's extremely difficult. People don't see that. Most policies really fail. They don't really give you li nga bugga or set achievements are modest. People must be really honest about this. Most policies really modest achievements nga dee am and stuff like that. So let's be mature about this. It's difficult. You need resources, you need the competence and all of that. But the key is focus on the achievable. The guy there was smart goal setting. It must be attainable. Then you move on.
Well, it's 11 a.m. here in Banjul, the Gambia. If you are watching QTV, we are broadcasting live from the OIC Conference Center here in Bigelow as we bring you live coverage of the OIC Summit here in Banjul. Also, for those who are following on Q Radio on 103.3 and those following online on Facebook, like I said, I mean, we have followers from across the world who are watching through our Facebook page, QTV Gambia, to know what is happening in the country. But Mr. Moshogo Nare Hall, I mean, as a chairman, you have only 3 years. I mean, langa fwani lolmo waraneka, the immediate priority of the incoming chairman. Yangine, Nisola is 5 years, they are 3 years ago. Lan mo war a nekk sa priority loo xam ne mu nga foog ne at least ni mu bon mun naa si achieve dara mun naa bàyyi dara ñu ne diw moo achieve woon lii. xam nga that we are too ambitious dañ dee going to things yoo xam ne sax duñ ko mën a atteindre within the 3 years. So yow sa advice, your expertise ak li nga jot a xamagum wàlli OIC, what is happening around the OIC, lan nga foog ne loolu moo war a nekk the incoming chair immediate priority am li nga xam ne feel nga ne at least war na si mun a am ndam.
Wow, this is a very, very difficult one. Right now, the emergency, if you can call it that, emergency situation being your face, being OIC, the face really, given its charter, the bloodbath that's happening in Palestine right now. That is really what the priority would be. In the sense, Buganga at least ceasefire. You're not going to solve the issue. Why at least Kunekanga talk about ceasefire
right now?
Denying acts and voice. We need ceasefire. Stop. Lolo is a priority. Then so the in areas. In terms of li ñu sonal si katuma suma xoolee Mali.
Waaw.
Terrorism is really very serious.
Yeah.
The so-called Islamists. Xam nga the problem is Islam as such. Waaye ni moo affecté
Waaw.
Muslim majority
yes.
countries.
Even in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, it's an emergency. Gis nga li ñuy gis the abductions.
Exactly.
Xam nga
Yeah.
in the north and all of ñii yëpp immediate emergencies la. What can you do about any of these things? That's going to be a problem. Yes. Waaye tamit ñu ngi wax ne bëgg nañ am na yeneen areas yoo xam ne dinañ si am seen resolutions su ñëwee to climate change. What is it that you can help ñi nga xam ne ñu ngi taxaw nekk ci regions yoo xam ne ñu ngi prone to climate disasters? What is it that we can do to help them in their resilience? I think that one can invest in these things, then nga gis results. Whether someone in the help rek sax pour ñu build better homes yu gën a resilient to certain flooding, for instance, and stuff like that. I think that would be interesting. We're also talking about renewable energy. How do we help? Solar, do we do more work in solar, providing and solar energy, solar power, and stuff like that. So, I'm the areas in the oil soft power. In any other areas, la muna hamne mun nañu ñu am a program bo hamne people can see, if not immediate, but at least in the intermediate term, ni nga muna gis something, or at least ni ngeen begin something will have dina them on and achieve something significant, appreciable change.
Earlier on, yaa ngi doon wax ñu ngi doon dellu si taarika OIC bi ñu ngi doon jéem a discuss Gambia dafa join mbootaay bi in 1974 waaye the role of Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara the late president nga xam ne moom lañ tuddee this conference in the sax yaa ngi doon jéem a waxtaan his role as a chair of the peace committee role bu mu play si Iran Iraq war bi yow foog nga ne President Barrow yan case la war a mën a use especially when contra Palestine? Should he embark on a visit there or it should be the normal chair convening summits, meetings? Do you think a personal visit, that interpersonal communication and then visiting could be one step towards,
Okay, let's put it this way. Sir Dawda, what really gave him that clout? I think that is important. You're asking Bopolo. Then could you have that clout, that influence around guy? Therefore, I'm on soft power.
Look at yellow may and
no, but he had no soft power. Soft power in the sense that munge run the kabi and the major claim much because others will also have their views.
Yeah.
Why mom munge jël dëkk boo xam ne ñu ne da nga improbable amuloo dara yow actually you shouldn't even exist.
Yeah.
You should merge with Senegal and stuff like that. Then yow nga jël dëkk bi somehow yaa ngi tax mu ngi survive mu ngi dem on waaye tamit there's something else yaa ngi ko def within democratic conditions. That is really very difficult to do things democratically. So loolu moo ko jox the soft power. You're doing things democratically, yaa ngi respect human rights. Xam nga moom dafa start loo xam ne dafa amoon foresight. Everybody else ñu ngi try one party state dictatorship waaw stuff like that. Dafa am kaddu. Ndig lam build la. Ñu buildee that voice, that voice. Absolutely. So amoon na yooyu yëpp in his favor. So loolu ñu joxoon this disproportionate, given our size, moo ñu joxoon this in many ways disproportionate influence, really. So now, what would be the comparative advantage of President Barrow, given our situation? With the democracy bit, everybody get top of bobo. You never get with the democracy bit, yes. Perhaps in other areas, the economic development, I will come back to this. Areas countries yu bari ñu ngi gis ne countries yu bari ñu ngi gis ne economically daal we've not been doing so well. Now, perhaps Barrow's comparative advantage would be this. Suma mune ñew ak economic model, the build stuff, wàññi corruption, yooyu moo ñu dee sonal. Xam nga ñëw ak modèle boo xam ne nit ñaa ngee gis consequential. Ñaa ngee gis consequential outcomes. That might boost your voice. By demonstration. You see, you're demonstrating what you're saying. Do not explicate to me, demonstrate to me. If you can demonstrate it, I think that will give you a clout, because certainly Sarah the Jawara's political clout depended on what he demonstrated.
And just Balanyu, this is like the need for him also to have people with the know-how around him for to guide the Maleko. Where do you think he can tap this expertise from? Within the country or outside?
Both.
Both, okay.
Why, we need the diaspora, there's no denying that, not simply in terms of remittances, even though Fufreglang they haul, Manmange haul in all sorts of other areas, expertise, or even attitudinal change. And to me, something as simple as that. I think that is really significant, really. I'm sure they maybe didn't go into it afterwards, Nigli, Fognani, be a longer discussion. Dinañ delluwaat into this question.
Wow, I'm sorry, we will just take a short break. We will go and re-energize. Then we allow SO Akjul, then you continue. After you ñëwaat again. SO Akjul take over. While you tamit jëm ñu dem ñu Jolay.
15th OIC Summit on the 4th and 5th May 2024, the second largest gathering of world leaders, kings, presidents, rulers, prime ministers, along with delegates from 57 member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation will gather in our beloved nation for this historic event. The theme of the summit is enhancing unity and solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development. It's a platform to foster cooperation, promote peace and drive sustainable development across the Ummah and the world at large. We call on all Gambians to unite and support the government as it strives to host a memorable and successful event. Let's showcase our hospitality, culture and the beauty of the Gambia to the world. Join us in making history. Let's stand together, united as one, to ensure the 15th OIC Summit in the Gambia is an event to remember. Together, we can make a difference.
You asked for it, and QCell is giving it to you with our new and improved Sunyu Bundle Mega Promo. Now you can get more data at cheaper prices. Buy any of our bundle packages and enjoy massive discounts. Dial *303# and enjoy browsing on the network with the biggest coverage. Buy a 20 megabytes data bundle for as low as $7 and 50 bottles today, or purchase bigger bundles up to 20 gigabytes. Yes, that's right, 20 gigabytes of data at your fingertips. With our mega promo bundles, you can browse more, chat longer, and stay connected on the go, anytime, anywhere. For more information, call our customer care on 111. QCell. We innovate. Orders follow. Terms and conditions apply. Q Money, your ultimate mobile money partner. Cash in now and get credit bonus up to $250. Yes, $250. Need to cash out? Dial *323#, enter your secret PIN and get your one-time password. Give it to any Q Money agent and you are done. Send money to your loved ones with a few taps. Dial *323#, enter the amount and confirm. It's that easy. Top up your cash power on the go. Dial *323#. Register your meter number and receive your token via SMS. money. This is your calpe way to manage your money.
I've been seeing a lot of pitches being built in the Gambia side. I think the market has seen that a lot of people now, recreationally, they play football, side, small pitches. That's why, QCD wanted to bring also a side pitch here to also have that recreational feel for people to be able to play here when they want to come for fun, or even sometimes, even if they want tactical training, they can come and use this pitch. QCD wanted, when they want to do something, they do it the best. That's why they brought the best quality pitch here, FIFA standard, and to bring Gambians here. So per hour, we're doing, at night time, we're paying, because of the lights, it's 1,200. So each person, it's a six-a-side field, so $100 for each team member. So that would be 6, so that's, for 12 members, it's going to be 1,200.
mbokk yi kon ñu am mbégte kontaante fas yéene continuer ak yéen si suñ broadcast yi OIC summit bi nga xamante ne moo nekk di xew fii ci biir Banjul Gambia ci fi nga xamante ne moo di Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara International Conference Center nekkal leen fii ci diwaanu Bijilo ngeen si ànd ak QTV Q Radio naka noonu tamit ñu ngi bàyyi xel ñi nga xamante ne ñoo topp online ci QTV suñ plateforme si yëpp. comme ni nga ko déggee woon rek sànq ci Aliou ak Mr Mbodj jamono ji ñoom dañuy noppalu man ak Julde ñu daal di continuer ak yéen ci li nga xamante ne moo nekk di xew fii ci OIC centre bi fii waaye di wax ne rek bii mooy doon fukk ak juróomeeli ndaje bi nga xamante ne njiite réew yi nga xamante ne ñoo ne ci àdduna wërngal këpp ci réew yi nga xamante ne ñooy réew yi jullit yi ñooy dajee fii ci biir Gambia pour waxtaanee li nga xamante ne moo soxal dëkki jullit ñi moo soxalit adduna ci gàttal rawatina li nga xamante ne mooy xew foofu la ci Gaza mu di fitna bi nga xamante ne moo ne ci diggante Israël ak réew Palestine jamono ji ndax loolu bokk na si lu taxoon ñu sos li nga xamante ne moo di OIC bi ci atum 1969 waaye Julde gis nañ ne already lu ëpp ci njiiti réew yi nga xam ne ñoo waroon a ñëw teewee si ñu ngi ci biir OIC conference center bi fii ñu ngi doon waxtaan tamit ci political party leaders yi nga xam ne ñu ngi si biir réew mi fii te ñu gis local organizing committee bi invite leen mu nekk lu rafet waaye soo faa lan lañ mun a jot a jàngatagum ci li xew depuis suba ba léegi président Barrow gis nañ ne toogut moom it mu ngi dalal ñi nga xamante ne ñoo di gan yi ñëw pour ñoo gane ji fii bokk ci bés bu am solo bi la.
jàngat moo nekk ne Ansumana ñu ñoo xewle Gambia moo xewle te lu ñu xamee rek ñun dëkk boo xam ne la dañ dëkki jaama la lu dul dara sa Gambia dëkki jaama la ndaxte fii la dooree buñ ko doon wax depuis sànqa former président ku nekkoon Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara mu nekkoon si loo xam ne daal moo nekkoon chairman of
Julde dafa mel ni dinaa jël ci yow tuuti ñu del si waat si yow si lu bañ a yàgga waaye mun nga wax ci jaar-jaari Gambia ci OIC dinañ ci ñëw nga gën cee dëgëralaat am lu ñu rek la ñëw waaye ma continuer gën a indiwaat rek wala fàttaliwaat askan gi ci li nga xamante ne Aliou jaaroon na ci mu di programme activities mooy yenn ci programme yi nga xam ne ñu ngi séntu dina fi am tey nga xamante ne tey moo doon njëlbeeni bésu ndaje bi bi ci njëkkee mooy gan yi nga xam ne ñooy ñëw mooy seen arrival loolu gis nañ ne am na naka noonu tamit dinañ tàmbalee ubbi programme bi ñu ngi doon séntu nag ne ci fukki waxtu lay tàmbale mooy opening ceremony bi mu daal di tëj niki fukk ak ñaari waxtu bu tegal mais bi ay fukk ak juróomi simili waaye gis nañ fi mu ne daal ba tey door a gut te li ko waral mooy gan yaa ngi ñëw rek di ñëw te foog ñu xaar ba ñëpp ak si ñu door a mën a commencé ci biir loolu ki nga xamante ne nag jamono ji moom moo jiite 14th summit bi mooy summit bii passé ndaje bii passé moom moo njëkk a gaaral kàddu moom bu gannaaw loolu gars yi dinañ jàng alxuraan ndax xam nañ ne diine islam dooleel ko bokk na si lu tax ñu sos OIC bi waaye tey gis nañ ne jamono dox na ba ñuy laalaat ci yeneen partenaires yoo xamante ne sax duut sax yëfi diine ñu ngi laal ci développement yokkute ñu ngi laal ci wàllum jàng ñu ngi laal ci wàllum énergie ñu ngi laal ci wàllum koom-koom économie ñu ngi laal ci wàllum business wàllum jula loolu yëpp OIC mu ngi see yëngu jamono ji gannaaw jàng bi ki nga xamante ne ba tey moom mooy chia bu summit bi passé mu doon réew Saudi Arabia ñoom it dinañuy gaaral kàddu bu ko defee li nga xamante ne mooy ñiñ jot a tabb pour ñu jiite nag li des ci liggéey bi dinañ daal di leen nangul tabb bi nga xam ne tabb nañ leen ko gannaaw loolu tamit ki nga xamante ne moo di secrétaire général bi bu jiitee OIC bi seen bërëbu liggéeykaay bi moom it dana gaaral kàddu gannaaw moom ki nga xamante ne nag mooy chia bu 15th summit bi nga xam ne mooy xew fii ci biir réew Gambia mu di réew Gambia suñ président Adama Barrow moom dina gaaral kàddu gannaaw moom Islamic Development Bank Group bi nga xamante ne ki ko jiite moom it dina gaaral kàddu bu ko defee secrétaire général bu Gulf Cooperation Council moom it dana gaaral kàddu ñu daal di ko ndar keppale ki nga xamante ne réew bi nga xamante ne lañ jagleel summit bii ñu doppee leen special guest moo di réew China ñoom it danañ gaaral kàddu bu ko defee gars yi dem noppalu break ñu daal di tàmbali li nga xamante ne moo di liggéey bi ci boppam ndax du rek ne rek dañoo dajee di waxtaan déedéet waxtaan bi dafay ànd ak liggéey te gannaaw break bi la gars yi di def liggéey boobu leen waaye balaa ñoo continuer ci li des ci schedule bi yaa ngi doon wax ci taarixi Gambia jaar-jaari Gambia ci OIC summit bi yaa ngi doon tàmbalee ci ki nga xamante ne moo di Sir Dawda waaw te xam nañ ne Sir Dawda moo ñëwee bu OIC julli
yóbbu nañu si bref yu bari loo xam ne daal ñoo xam ne daal yu am solo la yóbbu nañu si ECOWAS moom moo tamit dafa nekkoon si ñoo xam ne daal bokk nañ si ñu nekkoon si AU summit bi tamit ñoom ñoo lal foundation bi Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara ak ñeneen ñu fi nekkoon so lii nekkul loo xam ne daal lu ees la si ñu ndaxte bokkoon na si comité boo xam ne daal dafa amoon solo moo nekk peace committee time boobu noonu kon nuñ ko waxee rek time yi Iraq ak Iran woo bi mu nekk lu am solo time boobu noonu moom moo nekkoon chairman peace committee bi play na a very important role pour make sure ne mu saxal jaama si Iraq ak Iran léegi gis nañ ne after moom bu mu fa jógee still foundation boobu noonu because foundation bu mu fa defoon dafa strong trop moo taxit loolu noonu war a continuer tey ba jur lu mel ni OIC summit bi tey ñu ngi ko host moo nekk di 15th edition of the OIC summit mu nekk lu am solo ndaxte ndaje world leaders yu bari kilifa yu bari tey ñu fi teew si biir Gambia pour ensure ne ñu waxtaanee loo xam ne daal moom mooy saxal jaama si biir Gambia waaye du biir Gambia rek si àddina si surtout si muslim umma bi mu nekk loo xam ne daal eso dafa am solo torop xam nañ ne dëgg la ñi ñu ngi wax ne affaire bi bu mu dooree yaaga na organisation bi depuis 1969 yaaga na léegi depuis 1969 ba léegi loolu mu ngi am 55 years yaaga na yaagul waaye pour saxal jaama si dëkk wala su réew surtout si continent nekkul loo xam ne daal lu easy la dafa nit collaborative efforts pour ñëpp ñu booloo ñeeka benn ñu am benn gis-gis ñu mun a saxal jaama si biir àddina si waxoon naa ne comme tey dëgg la li ndajeeli islamic umma la waaye ndaje boo xam ne la dafa amal solo even the UN Security Council the UN General Assembly ñi yëpp daf leen amal solo dafa amal solo AU summit bi dafa amal solo even ECOWAS ndaxte tey suñ amutee jaama su saxut si muslim umma bi wala si muslim world bi si Middle East wala jaama saxut si Gambia pour ñu mun a dem dina jafe pour ñu mun a développer dina jafe pour ñu génn fii xiif dina jafe pour ñu génn pour nit ñi ñu mun a jàng ñu xam lu ñoo nekk di jàng dina jafe pour génn xeex fii xiif dina jafe so pour ñu for rek ñu booloo bokka benn bokka gis-gis pour ensure ne peace mu mun a sax si àddina si le ndaxte lu dul peace lu dul jaama rek neen la lu dul jaama rek du dara jaama rek a nekk rek loolu rek a tax ñii ñu war a dajee fi tey te waxoon nga ni sànqa Palestine ak Israel woo bi mu nekk loo xam ne daal yaaga na fu mu nekk nii depuis bu mu dooree last year gis nañ ne around 30,000 nit yoo xam ne daal faatu nañ si ñàkk nañ seen bakkan mu nekk loo xam ne daal lu yéeme la gënalut kenn waaye tamit nag pour dialogue moo taxit daal comme noo ko waxee woon si gannaaw sànq rek moo nekk theme bi enhancing unity ak solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development foog naa jot na pour ñu waxtaanee mbiri sustainable development Ansoumana ndaxte lu tax ma ne jot na dégg la am nañ ay plan of action for the past years sustainable development goals yi ñu fa te 2030 lañ target fu mu nekk nii pour ñu mun a achieve lii waaye lu gën a am solo mooy duñ ko mun a achieve surtout fekk benn dëkk mu fa te mu ngi am xeex benn dëkk su nekkee di am xeex rek wala fitna mu nekk si benn dëkk rek sustainable development goals yi dafa mel ni ba léegi duñ ko mun a réalize foog rek àddina si yëpp mun a am jaama àddina si yëpp am lu ñoo lekk àddina si yëpp mun a am dal am jaama mun a am kaaraange bu wér am mun a am jàngoro yi ñu génn fi time boobu la ñoo mun a am achieve the sustainable development goals te xam naa ne tamit OIC bi dafa am rôle bu moo play ndaxte 57 member states loolu nekkul lu ndaw
loolu bokk na si lu tax sax ñu sos mbootaay bi
wax dëgg nekkul lu ndaw waaye tamit nag comme nit ñi dañoo wax ne lii moom mbiri islam rek la dëgg la dañ ko fa sos pour protect the member states yi make sure ne peace ñu promote peace solidarity ak social cohesion amongst the member states waaye tamit nag it goes beyond that because lii dafa nekk mbootaay boo xam ne la nekkul Africa rek nekkul mbiri Africa yeneen continents yaam fa ñoom yëpp tey war a dajee fii si biir Gambia bi loolu dafa nekk loo xam ne daal lu am solo la si ñun te ñun dañ si war a puugaroo comme lu ma ko waxee woon rek si gannaaw dañ si war a puugaroo ñu xam ne lii suñ bos la te Gambia dina si am opportunities yu bari Ansoumana lii fu mu nekk nii nekkul rek gars yi dañoo tasee fii rek waxtaan ak loolu foofu la moo am waaye Gambia mun nañoo leverage on this tamit ñu build on suñ économie bi tamit mu dem kanam gis nañ ne already loolu start na gis nañ fi yeneen dëkk yoo xam ne daal dañ pledge ne dañoo support Gambia mun nañoo support Qatar waaw Qatar bokk na si fu mu nekk nii already
te barki démba
rek waaw
vice président bi rek mu ngi jiite woon waxtaan bi nga xam ne amoon na ci diggante ñu yëngu ci wàllum business te ñu ne ci biir dëkk yi ne ci biir dëkk yi bokk ci OIC ma foog ne loolu lu am solo la ndax li moo def mooy dafa gën a indi jokkoo diggante ñu yëngu ci business te ñooñu nag bu dee ne seen business yaa ngi dem comme ni mu war a demee comme réew mi ci boppam dafa gën a am doole te bu comme réew amee doole askan gi gis njëriñ bi ndax comme réew bu amee doole loolu mooy dimbale nguur mu mun a mutal éne yim am ci wàllum développement tey OIC ñëw na waaye gannaaw yàlla ak OIC am nañ tali boo xamante ne tali bu rafet la ñëpp mën nañ koo seede na Gambia xamuñ woon tali yu mel nii kon ndaje yu mel nii baax na ndax dafa am lu moo indiwaale waaye foog naa yaa ngi wax lu am solo mooy nan la ñuy def ba gis ne mbaax boobu nga xam ne mu ngi ko àndal ñu gën koo dooleel mu continuer ndax suñ ne sustainable development lim tekki bëri na waaye li ci gën a am solo mooy naka ngay def ba gis ne lépp loo xam ne yaa ngi ko sumba mu nekk lu njëriñ te njëriñ buy continuer buy law ndax kenn bëggu développement boo xam ne du yàgga loola njëriñ bi bëriwul bon su dee am nga développement boo xam ne luy mën a continuer la nga gën koo mën a dooleel ba nga xamante ne nit ñi dinañ ci gën a gis seen bopp ci lu yàgga loolu mooy njëriñ gi développement te foog naa lu am solo la yaa ngi wax loo xamante ne am na solo trop waaye bëggoon naa ñu wax tuuti ci programme guide bi lii njëkk a xew mooy ki nga xamante ne mooy président bi jiite woon summit bi passé muy 14th summit bi moom dina ñëw joxe kàddoom te ci biir loolu ñu ngi séntu ne xëj na dina wax ci yenn ci liggéey nga xam ne somboon nañ ko lan la gaay achieve fan lañ toll ci jamono ji ak lan la ñëw séntu gannaaw moom it ki nga xamante ne ñi nga xamante ne ñoom ñoo ciyawoon summit boobu leen di 14th summit bi xam nañ ne réew Saudi Arabia la ñoom it dinañ gaaral kàddu waaye gannaaw gaaral kàddu boobu am na ñoo xam ne jamono ji tàbbal nañ leen ba pare maanaam dañ leen tànnal ba pare ñooñu nag tànn boobu ñu tànnal leen foog ñu déggal ko mooy di adoption of bureau bi ak handing over of the presidency bi yooyu seen formalité si process bi yëpp suñ ko defee ba pare bañ confirm den ki nga xamante ne mooy secrétaire général bi moom it dina wax te waxam mooy wane li nga xamante ne mooy positionné OIC ci jamono ji an gannaaw moom nag waaw gannaaw moom président Barrow dina ñëw wax ndax président Barrow moom la gars yi di jox lenge yi kon mooy li ñu doon wax depuis suba bés la boo xam ne bés bu ñu war a puugaroo la ñun Gambia ndax fii ba ñetti at ci kanam lépp luy xew ci réew jullit yi rawatina ci réew yi nga xamante ne ñoo bokk ci OIC yi mu di juróom fukk ak juróom-ñaari réew 57 countries lépp luy xew ci réew yooyu leen président Barrow bu ko neexee si biir ñetti at yooyu leen bu dara xewee te mu foog ne jar naa toog waxtaan daf leen a oo nu gars yi ñëwee Gambia nii tey toog fii noonu la gars yi di amee waat ay extraordinary summits di ñëw di toog di waxtaanee li nga xamante ne mooy njëriñi umma bi waaye tam mooy njëriñi àdduna kon Gambia tey dafa nekk ci position boo xam ne fooguma mus nañ cee gis suñ bopp ndax Gambia mus naa nekk ECOWAS chair waaye fooguma nekk nañ fi AU chair loolu déggaguma ko waaye nag tey yàlla ñoo dénka juróom fukk ak juróom benn réew boole koog réew Gambia ñun ñu koo dénka loolu ndam bu rëy la jole ci Gambia te xam nañ ne ñun bokk nañ ci réew yi gën a ndaw ci biir OIC
ndam bu réew la loolu moo taxit loolu moo wone ne si global stage bi Gambia dañu naw
waaw
te tamit dañu respect torop so moo taxit ñu war a puugaroo Gambia dëgg la dëkk bu ndaw la ñun yëpp xam nañ loolu waaye ndawaay tamit taxul nga ñàkk a fayda dañ ndawaay dañ am fayda dañ am fula fayda te gis nañ ne Gambia dañ am lu bari loo xam ne daal ñu ngi ko mën a offer dëgg la witu peace bi sax jaama bi bu fi nekk ñu yëpp xam nañ ne mu fi waaye lu dul loolu sax gis nañ ne tamit fii ñu dëkki aada ak cosaan la Ansumana Eso Ñaasi mu nekk loo xam ne daal lu am solo la si suba si le rek man doon dégg musique yi joolaa yi gars yi ñu doon feccaka tegaka loolu mu nekk loo xam ne daal lu am solo la so loolu wane la ne ñun dëkki aada ak cosaan la dëkki diine la
ok Julle fi mu nekk nii lii bokk na si formalité si njiiti réew yi OIC yi nga xam ne ñoo fi ne ak ñi toggal fi nii seen njiiti réew ak seen nguur nañ dem am li nga xamante ne mooy official photo dañoo dem jël nataal boo xamante ne mooy wane ne ñoom ñu ngi woon ci Gambia waaye mbootaay bi tamit bépp réew boo xamante ne bokk nga ci teew nga ci ndaje bi kon ñu ngaa jël official photo bi fi mu ne yaa gis président Barrow ngi doon taxaw ci digga bi sol xaftaan bu weex bi kii taxaw ci wetam mooy président Amada Bio bu Sierra Leone moom it xaftaan bu weex la sol xam naa poli yi bu bëtti neexut sax waaye di nga leen xàmmee ndax président Barrow ko sut njool la di wax ne rek lii dafa rafet Julle suñ président moo ne ci digga bi gars yi wóor ko ndax moom mooy ki nga xamante ne mooy njaati gi moo leen dalal fi mu ne waaye yaa ngi doon wax lu important
moo nekk si wàllum aada ak cosaan bi dëgg la Gambia dëkki jullit la te xam nañ ne loolu mu fi waaye tamit aada ak cosaan bi tamit mu nekk loo xam ne daal dafa am solo torop ak jokkoo relationship dañ am loo xam ne daal bariwut si dëkk yu bari dangaa gis ne man dinaa toog tey dem si këri joolaare wax leen lu ma neex génn te kenn mënu si dara mun naa dugg si këri saraxule wala si këri séeréer wax leen lu ma neex te dara du si génn so loolu moo wane ne Gambia dafa unique in a sense de luñ am bariwut si dëkk yu nekk so moo taxi dañ ko fi war a saxal jaama bu fi nekk ñu saxal ko gis nga Ansumana lu ma wax rek Gambia ji su baaxee ñu yëpp la baaxal su bonee tamit ñu yëpp la bonal dëgg la sometimes dafa am issues yoo xam ne daal dañoo utee gis-gis loolu du weesu ndaxte doomi aadama la always doo leen nekk foo xam ne daal seen gis-gis dina nekk benn waaye gis-gis yi tamit suñ amee difference in divergent views tamit naka la ñoo mun a come together gis-gis yooyu la ñu seetaat ko seegaat ko ba ñu come to a conclusive point boo xam ne daal li dina njëriñ ñëpp loolu mu nekk loo xam ne daal man dama foog ne loolu dafa am solo torop si mbooleem loo xam ne daal ñu ngi koo def te this is an opportunity pour suñ business community bi tamit ñu come together ñu leverage the opportunities existing opportunities yu fi nekk ñu ensure ne Gambia mu nekk in the global stage foog naa ne loolu lu am solo la gis na ne léegi fu mu nekk ni gaa yëpp taxaw nañ Ansumana daanaka fu mu nekk ni
dafa rafet
na torop macha allah flag si mu ngi wër gaay si gannaaw
njiiti réew yi nga xam ne ñoo ne ci Gambia fi jamono ji ñëw pour teewee OIC summit bi ñoom ñoo taxaw noonu leen bàyyi ko ci juróom fukka ak juróom ñaari réew bokk na ci mooy président Barrow nga xam ne moo leen dalal fii ci biir réew Gambia waaye tamit di wax na rek baax na ñu leeral ne réew Gambia mu ngi dalal gan yi la ci tuuri Afrique tamit ndax Afrique région bi ñooy host si gàttal waaye réew Gambia ñoo
bi moo nekk ñetteeli yoon bi Africa ñu ngi ko host aside from Sénégal
ñun la yàlla wërsëgal ren pour ñu dalal leen kon yaa leen gis noonu ñooñu ñooy président yi ñooñu ñooy prime ministre yi ñooñu ñooy foreign ministre yi nga xamante ne ñoo fi toogal seen réew pour fas yéene waxtaanee lu am solo xam nañ ne am na lu ñu dee séntu julde all the time mooy déclaration bi ak communiqué bi biir Gambia nag li ñu am mooy li ñu ooyee Banjul Declaration ndax Gambia ko host kon Banjul Declaration laa tudda waaye déclaration boobu leen si la ñoo tënka wala fësal xamal àdduna ne OIC de lii lañ nangutoo lii mooy suñu agreement ci lii ak lii ak lii bokk na ci mooy ci li nga xam ne mooy xew ci àdduna ci jamono ji lépp loo xamante ne mu nga xew te ñu def si décision fa lañ ko wane àdduna yëpp xam ko jotandoor ko kon déclaration bi tamit foog naa boobu mooy di apex di main highlight yi event bi ndax boobu mooy wane gannaaw buñ dajee ba pare ci fan yi passé lan la gaay nangutoo ban agreement la gaay am ak lan la gaay fas yéenee def déclaration boobu moo ko wane
lu am solo la Ansumana comme si njëlbeen bi rek buñ ko doon wax luñ doon wax fi moo nekk ceasefire Gaza mu nekk loo xam ne daal ñëpp bugg nañ léegi fu mu nekk ni fu mu toll nii loolu mu am xam nañ ne loolu dina nekk first highlight of said guys seen declaration bi tamit umma bi naka la ñoo ensure ne ñëpp ñu comme ñu nekk benn baat benn voice ñu mun a wax si mbiri umma bi tamit because fu mu nekk nii soo ko gisee mu ngi divide umma bi mu ngi divide ñii ñu ngi fële ñii ñu ngi nele te buggee wuñ ko noonu loolu tamit sentu nañ ne loolu dina fa nekk ak tamit naka la ñoo def kaaraange umma bi ñu am seen kaaraange ñu mun a develop tamit because xam nga ñu ngi focus on only this conflict because loolu moo nekk the most pressing issue nekkul loolu rek moo nekk gaay seen mandate bi comme Mr Mbodj lu mu ko waxoon sànka am nañ fi economical am nañ social aspect of it am nañ the cultural aspect of it am nañ the technological aspect of it waaye lu tax fu mu nekk nii ñoom ñu ngi focus more on the conflict aspect of it ak the political aspect of it because moom moo nekk the driving force fu mu nekk nii politique bi if it is active you know mun nañoo am a voice doo xam ne daal dinañ make an impact loolu dina mun a stop the war in Gaza moo tax everybody is focusing on that because without which suñ amutee jaama bi kaaraange gi Gaza wala si yeneen muslim you know countries yi lii lu ñoo sentu nii yëpp loolu du mun a am duñ mun a am économie bi du mun a dem si kanam technological aspect bi tamit du mun a dem si kanam culturally tamit duñ mun a dem si kanam ndaxte fu mu nekk nii amuñ jaama so moo tax daal pour saxal jaama bi Palestine loolu dina nekk loo xam ne daal is the main highlight of the declaration
bañ a yàgga sommet bi si boppam dina door officially ndax gis nañ ne secrétaire général bi président Barrow ak ki nga xamante ne moo fi toogal tey réew Saudi Arabia nga xam ne ñoom ñoo yor xilaafa bi fi mu ne war koo dënk président Barrow kooku it mu nga fa ki nga xamante ne moo jiite Africa Arab Development Bank bi tamit Islamic Development Bank bi may jégal kooku it mu nga fa kon képp koo xamante ne borom ndombu tànk la te mu bokk ci ñi jagleel place boobu leen si kaw ñu war faa toog garal ay kàddu toog nañ fa fi mu ne kooku mooy président Adama Barrow moom moo taxaw ñu la sol lu weex xartaan lu weex kii nekkee ci wetam ci ndeyjooram mooy ki nga xamante ne mooy secrétaire général bu OIC jamono ji ñu nga noonu di toog ñu ngay jël seen i toogu bu ko defee xam naa ci lu bañ a yàgg dinañ tàmbali programme bi officially gars yi daal di gaaral seen i kàddu waaye conference center bi julde dafa gën a rafet ak man ndax xam ne ñun nañ di fi ñëw at yi passé ñu ngi fay ñëw daanaka every week waaye setup bi sax ni mel woon naa ne Gambia am na li fi xew uti na trop boo ko gisee soo bàyyi xel da ngaa fa ne xëj na beneen bërëb la
conference center moo fi nekk absolutely Ansumana bu ma ko gisee dama bég lii wane na ne Gambia mun nañoo def lu bëri suñ ko paree Gambian bi dafa nekk nit koo xam ne daal gis nga lu mu bugg a def rek daf ko dee def moo taxit daal lii dañ ko war a continuer summit bi su rombee sax dañ war a continuer affaire bi initiative bi dafa war a continuer nañ rafetal affaire yi nañ go the extra mile in doing everything nañ go the extra mile in our politics nañ go the extra mile in our developmental agendas nañ go the extra mile in terms of promoting peace unity ak solidarity suñ goyee the extra mile rek yëpp dina baax man gom naa loolu gom naa suma dëkka gom naa tamit nit yu nekk suma dëkka so suñ goyee the extra mile with dedication and commitment rek we can go the extra mile and we are doing stuff ñi gis nañ ko léegi prove nañ suñ boppa si yooni yoon prove nañ suñ boppa si ECOWAS prove nañ boppa si AU léegi nag dafa jot tamit ñu prove suñ boppa si moo nekka di OIC xam naa ne fii suñ fi prouvé suñ boppa rek lu bëri mun na see xëcc si gannaaw yaa ngi wax ne mbiri wërsëg la xam naa ne Barrow fu mu nekka nii daal dafa am challenge bu bëri dafa am challenge bu bëri nekkul lu yomba ndaxte fu lu tax ma ne nekkul challenge bu easy time boobu noonu war bi in Palestine dégg la xam nañ ne war bi has been ongoing waaye at least dafa tension bi dafa xawoon na wàcca waaye léegi gis nañ ne tension bi is all over again dafa jógaat waat fu mu nekk ni xeex bi bari na ñi yu fa faatu bari nañ so loolu noonu pour nara am chairmanship bi c'est in such an environment dafa nekk loo xam ne daal challenge bu rëy la waaye gom naa ne tamit dinañ execute the challenge to expectation man gom naa loolu
jërëjëf Julle dafa mel ni gars yi ngi tàmbali programme bi fi mu ne ki nga xamante ne nag moom moo fi toogal réewu Saudi Arabia nga xam ne ba tey ñoo yor xilaafa yi joxagul ko président Barrow moom moo nekk di garal ay kàddoom fi mu ne kon xam naa dañ dem ci hall bi ànd ak mbokk yi seetaan li nga xamante ne mooy official opening ceremony bu OIC Banjul Summit tàmbalee tey nga xamante ne mooy 9 fan ci weeru mai ak suba 7 fan ci weeru mai kon mbokk yi ñu ànd ak yéen ci official opening ceremony
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبينوا أن تصيبوا قوما بجهالة فتصبحوا على ما فعلتم نادمين واعلموا أن فيكم رسول الله لو يطيعكم في كثير من الأمر لعنتم ولكن الله حبب إليكم الإيمان وزينه في قلوبكم وكره إليكم الكفر والفسوق والعصيان أولئك هم الراشدون فضلا من الله ونعمة والله عليم حكيم وإن طائفتان من المؤمنين اقتتلوا فأصلحوا بينهما فإن بغت إحداهما على الأخرى فقاتلوا التي تبغي حتى تفيء إلى أمر الله فإن فاءت فأصلحوا بينهما بالعدل وأقسطوا إن الله يحب المقسطين إنما المؤمنون إخوة فأصلحوا بين أخويكم واتقوا واتقوا الله لعلكم ترحمون صدق الله العظيم.
صدق الله العظيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نيابة عن سيدي خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز حفظه الله، أعلن على بركة الله افتتاح أعمال الدورة الخامسة عشر لمؤتمر القمة الإسلامية.
The Islamic Summit Conference under the theme of consolidating unity and solidarity through dialogue for the benefit of sustainable development. In the name of God, most gracious and peace and blessings be upon our noble Prophet, Your Excellency President Adam Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia, Your Excellencies and Highnesses, Your Excellency Mr. Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, distinguished participants. I'm highly gratified at the outset to convey to you the greetings of His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Crown Prince and Prime Minister. May God preserve him. I would like to congratulate the Gambia Republic for its assumption of 15th session of the Islamic Summit, and we pray to God Almighty that this summit will contribute to achieve the Islamic Ummah's aspiration in terms of peace, security and prosperity. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to His Excellency the Secretary General and the General Secretariat and all its staff for their commendable efforts in preparing for this summit and for the efforts put in for the consolidation of joint Islamic action. Honorable participants, the issue of the cause of Palestine remains a priority for the Islamic Ummah since its establishment. It reflects the voice of the Islamic Ummah in support of the brotherly people of Palestine and to ensure that they accede to their rightful justice as enjoined by the international legitimacy. It is regrettable that till today the Israeli aggressions are still ongoing and even being escalated against policies, against hospitals, schools and infrastructure, resulting in thousands upon thousands of victims. Since the launch of the aggressions, the Kingdom has been collaborating with the sisterly and brotherly countries to protect the Palestinian people. The Kingdom reiterates in this respect its demands for the immediate ceasefire and for the provision of safe passages and for the alleviation of the ordeal of the Palestinian people and to ensure their right to self-determination and to the establishment of their independent state. Honorable participants, the Kingdom, as it participates with the Islamic states in terms of solidarity and support for the earlier mission in consolidation of Islamic joint action and for the unification of our ranks at all levels, to face up to the challenges that we all face and to face up to the aggressions and actions of hatred. The Kingdom continues its efforts to bring together the Islamic nations and for initiatives that will consolidate the action of the OIC in settling and resolving international and local and regional peace initiatives. And we continue our efforts at all levels, local, regional, and international. Honorable participants, the Kingdom reiterates the importance of consolidated action for peace in Yemen towards a comprehensive settlement that would lift the ordeal of the Yemeni people. The Kingdom reiterates the importance of stability of Syria and the reestablishment of its peace and security, and to fight against terrorist groups and to prevent the passage of drugs through its territories and to thus facilitate the return of the refugees. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia underlines the importance of sovereignty of the Sudan so that it may play its role in support of the Sudani people. towards a better future. The kingdom also reiterates the right of the Libyan people to elect their unified government that will represent the Libyan legitimacy under full unity, and to get rid of the mercenaries all across the Islamic world. The kingdom reiterates the need to re-establish the unity of Somalia and its territorial sovereignty, and calls upon the international community to work towards that effect and to work for the establishment of peace and security all across the world. Honorable participants, the kingdom reiterates the need to restructure and reform the OIC and develop its infrastructure to work hand in hand with the international community and to ensure joint Islamic action, and that we support full determination, political determination to reform our organization, and so that it may rise to the appropriate position internationally as the second largest international organization. In conclusion, I pray to God Almighty to guide our steps towards success in this session for the aspiration of our goals and aspirations. Wassalamu alaikum. We now announce the formation of the members of the Bureau, Gambia as President, Djibouti as Vice Chairman, Islamic Republic of Pakistan as representative of the Asian Group as Vice Chairman, Palestine as Vice Chairman, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as Rapporteur. Thus, I announce the approval and adoption of this Bureau. Now, I shall hand over the chairmanship to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Gambia, wishing His Excellency the President full success in chairing this meeting. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, the chair of the 14th Summit. We now invite the Secretary General to address the gathering.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Excellences, Monsieur le Président Adama Barrow, Président de la République de la Gambie, Président en exercice du 15e Sommet
Islamic Summit.
Son Altesse, le Prince Faisal,
Your Royal Highness, Your Highness Prince Faisal, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Your Majesties, Excellencies and Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Adam Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and to the government and people of the Gambia on the significant occasion of the Gambia's assumption of the presidency of the 15th Islamic summit, wishing them every success. And for the summit success,
de l'honneur et les signes honneurs au terme du mandat de présidence par le Royaume d'Arabie Saoudite du 14e sommet islamique.
At the close of the summit, led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I wish to express our gratitude to the custodian of the two mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, Chairman of the 14th Summit. May Allah preserve them and grant them support for all the actions they have done at the head of the Islamic Summit, and also for the success that you have noted for the Bilateral organization since its establishment, so as to allow it to fulfill its noble mission. This is the sum of a rich action and initiatives that has been undertaken at the local and international level with full commitment and concretization of the principle of Islamic solidarity and commitment in favor of Islamic common and joint action. We are confident that the Republic of the Gambia will follow during its mandate the footsteps of the 14th session in the process and the full commitment that is well recognized by all of us in favor of joint Islamic action and in defense of the causes of Islamic Ummah. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Honorable ladies and gentlemen, the present Islamic Summit comes within a context of serious and grave developments, unprecedented ones, particularly regarding the cause of Palestine, and particularly the persistent crimes and brutal military aggression on the part of the Israelis against the Palestinian defenseless people, particularly in the Gaza Strip, along with the colonial policies and the ethnic cleansing and the actions against the city of Jerusalem and the attacks that constitute in their totality war crimes. And call upon the international community to put an end to the aggression against the Palestinian people and put an end to the policies of occupation perpetrated by Israel, and to demand that they recognize the international legitimacy and the state of Palestine, that the Palestinians may accede to the statute of full member of the United Nations. We need to mobilize action in favor of the rights of the Palestinian people, particularly their right to return and the mobilization and establishment of their independent state on the lines of June 1967, with Al-Quds as its capital, in conformity with the pertinent and relevant resolutions of the United Nations and the peace initiative of the Arab League. Honorable participants, the right to self-determination of Jammu and Kashmir constitutes as well a priority for our organization. We give particular attention, and the representative of Kashmir, Yusuf Muhammad Viray, our envoy to Jammu and Kashmir, has ensured the follow-up of this issue, particularly through the multiple visits that he has paid to Jammu and Kashmir and to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan in order to take cognizance of the situation and to report their own implementation of the resolution of the Islamic Summit and the Council of Foreign Ministers. In parallel, given the reports, the contact group on Jammu and Kashmir. With regard to the follow-up of the situation in Afghanistan, the OIC has fulfilled its commitment to the humanitarian approach and the constructive dialogue with the de facto authority in conformity with the relevant resolutions of the United Nations Security and the Foreign Ministers Conference. I here call upon all member states to contribute generously to the fund, the endowment set up for the benefit of Afghanistan under the supervision and management of the Islamic Development Bank, which has developed enormous and commendable efforts in order to ensure the establishment of the fund and to continue action to face up to the challenges met by the Afghani people. With regard to the constructive dialogue with the de facto authority in Afghanistan, my special envoy, His Excellency Ambassador Tariq Baghit, has followed up and continued his visits to Afghanistan and his coordination with the member states, not only with the international organizations, particularly the United Nations. And in this framework, these efforts have meant that we have dispatched missions of ulama, scholars, and together with the Human Rights Independent Commission of the OIC for the development of women, to discuss issues of education of women and work for women. We hope that these efforts will be continued with the holding of a broader meeting of scholars together with their colleagues from Afghanistan under the auspices of the Islamic Fiqh Academy and in coordination with the General Secretariat of the OIC. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ordeal followed by certain member countries, I have in mind Libya, Yemen, Sudan, the Sahel region, dialogue and reconciliation are the only means that would enable us to resolve these problems so that these countries may guide their steps towards stability and prosperity and development. The preservation of the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of our member states is a fundamental issue for us. I wish here to pay special tribute to all the member states that have taken initiatives to deploy efforts in favor of the peaceful settlement of the situation in some of our countries by encouraging the parties concerned to get together around the negotiation table. Moreover, the political situation remains the only pathway to remedy the current crises and to continue preventing problems and ensure development through peaceful means, particularly through mediation, which is an objective for organization that is used to strengthen our capacities in these fields. In conformity with the resolutions of the Islamic Summits and the Council of Foreign Ministers, our organization has pursued its support for the sovereignty of the Republic of Azerbaijan over all its territories, as well as the unity of the Federal Republic of Somalia and its independence, its sovereignty and its security. We, in addition to our solidarity with the Cypriot Turks, in parallel with our support for Bosnia-Herzegovina and Kosovo and the defense of well-being and dignity and integrity and religious and cultural freedom of the communities in non-member states, particularly through constructive dialogue with the authorities of many of the members of the countries in question. On the other hand, I cannot fail, Mr. Chairman, to hail the avant-gardist role played by your country, the Gambia, in the defense of the Muslim community in Rohingya towards the International Criminal Court. I wish to appeal to all member states to extend every support in this regard. I wish to reiterate also our profound gratitude to the People's Republic of Bangladesh and other member states for hosting refugees from Rohingya. Your Excellencies, the struggle, the fight against terrorism and extremism constitute an item on our consistent agenda. Our fight against religious hatred continue to call for action for the action against these challenges. The profanation of the Quran also represent a major challenge that call for our continued action within our organization. Several meetings have taken place, as a matter of fact, that have resulted in important resolutions. Also, the organization and its member states have undertaken various initiatives at the international level. Foremost of its results has been the proclamation by the General Assembly of the United Nations on the 15th of March as an International Day for the fight against Islamophobia. The implementation of the results of the CFM resolutions and the Executive Committee that have called for the designation of Special Envoy regarding the fight against Islamophobia. I would like to inform your august Assembly that my consultations have reached to the designation of Dr. Mehmed Fafasi as such, as an envoy. I would like you to approve this designation. We shall continue to cooperate with the international community in order to fight against the intolerance and discrimination and hatred, and to promote interreligious dialogue, intercultural dialogue as well. At the legal level, the General Secretariat is following with its efforts. And thus, the number of states that have ratified the Charter of the OIC has reached 40. And it's our hope that the ratification of the amendment, according to which periodicity of the Islamic Summit has moved from 3 to 4 years for the Islamic Summit. Also, actions are continued for the impact on the work of the OIC. I would like also to underline the importance and the finalization of the signing and ratification of all the legal instruments of the OIC, bearing in mind that some of the organs and important institutions of the organization have not yet seen the light on account of the non-achievement of the legal quorum for their institution. In another context, regarding the status of observer at the organization has reached higher numbers from governmental and non-governmental organizations. I exhort all member states to come out with an appropriate formula to follow favorably the demands or the candidacies for such status. At the institutional and organic level, the General Secretariat continues to coordinate with the Islamic Development Bank and the Islamic Center for the Development of Trade their action for the creation of mechanism to settle differences for the benefit of the Islamic Ummah within the framework of the OIC's action for the protection of investments. Also, the global reform of the organization should help us call for meetings for the benefit of the reform so as to achieve the aspired goals within the legal framework. The General Secretariat is doing its utmost with the contribution of the State of Kuwait to consolidate and approve the necessary means to approve and to reach the quorum so that the International Court of Justice may enter into action at the Islamic level. We have in mind the catastrophes and difficulties that have been witnessed in recent years that have reached higher levels that have resulted in greater levels of poverty and precarity in certain member states. I'd like to call on you to step up efforts in order to finance humanitarian action within the framework of our organization and its various organs and institutions. I therefore appeal to this August Assembly and the Member States to make donations for the Bilateral Islamic Solidarity Fund as a humanitarian branch of the OIC in order to enable them to give full assistance to the affected countries. The General Secretariat and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are working together for the convening of the Conference of Donors for the region, for the belt of the Sahel and Lake Chad region. I dare rely on all the member states in this conference to contribute generously to this action. Within the framework of science and technology and health and environment, we call for the optimal usage of modern technologies to face up to the challenges and to ensure optimal appropriate solutions at the levels of the various countries and the protection of the environment. The General Secretariat's organs are doing its utmost in order to build up their efforts for greater cooperation between the member states to take up the challenges regarding environment and climate change. At the cultural level, we are working in close cooperation with the member states and the various OIC institutions for the organization of cultural important events and to encourage the convening of multidisciplinary festivals aimed at intensifying consolidated cooperation, bearing in mind the cultural diversity of the Islamic world, and to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of our countries. Within the framework, we give particular attention to youth and sports and the promotion of their good well-being within the OIC. We have created a special department within the General Secretariat of the OIC to handle such issues. Our organization is continuing its action for the promotion of and the preservation of the rights and values and the institution of the family and marriage within the various aspects, and we call upon all the international fora to help us in that respect, to build up the rights of women, children, old people, and specific needs people in various fields. In terms of training, the various institutions of the Islamic Ummah, we have called for the restructuring of various institutions regarding INA, the Information and Radio Television Institution, ISBU, in collaboration with the relevant Permanent Organization for Cultural Affairs, COMIAC, and other similar institutions interested in information. On the other hand, the organizations launched a call for a media observatory at the level of the General Secretariat to expose the actions taken against the Palestinians in the occupied territories. We have called for a legal observatory in implementation of the resolution taken by the extraordinary summit that was held in Riyadh on 11th November 2022. In that regard, honorable ladies and gentlemen, in the field of socio-economic sustainable development, we were given priority to these effects in the intra-OIC cooperation. We've paid particular attention for the creation of the necessary required mechanism for multilateral cooperation. In this regard, I would like to express satisfaction with the launch since 1st of June 2022 a mechanism for the consolidation of cooperation such as to help us achieve the targeted level of intra-Islamic trade of 22% by the year 2025. We are also proud of the establishment of the Labor Center in Baku that would help greater cooperation in the field of health, security, employment, and capacity building and social protection in the member states. At another level of action, we are satisfied with the help and offers put in for the establishment of a program, a 10-year program that will end by the year 2025. We fully rely on the full participation of the member states for the establishment of more programs for the years 26-36. Your Excellencies, allow me on this occasion to remind ourselves of the particular importance of the payment of contributions to the budget of the General Secretariat and subsidiary organs, and also the settlement of their arrears that have been accumulated over many years. I'm thankful to the member states that are fully contributing regularly and call upon the other member states to redouble their efforts so as to enable the organization to fulfill its commitments and concretize the activity programs as elaborated by the member states. Regarding the report that is before you, that deals with all issues and the way in which the organization is handling these matters, we look forward to your decisions concerning the following stages to be followed in order to go forward on the path of the achievement of the objectives of our organization and to respond to the aspirations of the member states and to strengthen the organization's role at the international scene. In conclusion, I wish your proceedings full success for the strengthening of our solidarity, our joint action. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalam.
Mr. Secretary General, I thank you for that speech. Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General of the OIC, our distinguished guests of honor, honorable ministers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I feel extremely honored and uniquely privileged to welcome all the illustrious leaders, eminent personalities, and distinguished delegates and guests in our midst to this 15th summit of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, OIC. I very warmly welcome you all With great pride and delight, on behalf of the entire government and the people of the Republic of the Gambia, including my humble self as your host, feel at home on the smiling coast of Africa and enjoy every moment of your stay with us. Your Majesty's Excellencies and distinguished guests, after several unavoidable postponements, we have eventually converged for this eagerly awaited auspicious Islamic Summit. For this achievement, I express most profound appreciation and gratitude to His Majesty King Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, custodian of the two holy mosques and chair of the 14th OIC Summit, and Crown Prince and Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, for the laudable work done during the Kingdom's tenure as chair of the OIC over the past 3 years. Their immense financial and material support allow us to make all the necessary preparations for the occasion. In the same vein, I sincerely commend the OIC Secretary General and his staff for magnificently running the organization's affairs since his appointment. Their delegation and tireless efforts hugely contribute to the success of our collective endeavors. Relatedly, allow me to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the President of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency President Xi Jinping. His contribution towards the construction of this splendid state-of-the-art conference center is remarkably invaluable. The center symbolizes our unity and stands as a testament to the enduring partnership between our two countries. Its benefits to the Gambian nation cannot be overemphasized, as it fosters economic growth and enables us to host such prestigious gatherings, thus boosting our international standing. Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, and distinguished guests, you have convened here today with the awareness that the Muslim world faces numerous challenges, ranging from the calamities of terrorism to factional violence and armed conflicts. Amid these unrests, we must reaffirm our commitment to mediation and dialogue as indispensable mechanism to resolve conflict and foster lasting peace. It is fitting, therefore, that the theme for this 15th session is enhancing unity and solidarity through dialogue and sustainable development. Excellencies, esteemed delegates, since the OIC seeks to promote solidarity and unity among Muslims around the world and find solutions to their problems, this summit provides a unique opportunity for member states to strengthen relations through dialogue, share experiences for deeper mutual understanding, and adopt innovative resolutions that go beyond national borders to foster collective peace and inclusive, sustainable development. A viable route to achieve these objectives lies in sustained cordial relations within an environment of trust and cooperation. As President of the Republic of the Gambia and Chairman of the OIC for the next 3 years, we pledge to promote unity, solidarity, and sustainable development within the Islamic world. Our approach will include prioritizing initiatives that enhance economic cooperation, foster cultural exchange, and address pressing issues such as poverty and access to education and healthcare. In collaboration with other member states, the Gambia stands committed to championing the cause of peace and stability in regions troubled by conflict. We advocate implementing diplomatic solutions and providing humanitarian assistance to alleviate the suffering of distressed people. Through proactive engagement and meaningful dialogue, we will encourage unity and solidarity among member states based on a shared vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and equitable future for all. In this context, it is essential to address the prolonged conflict in Palestine and the devastating wars in Gaza. Those encounters have caused endless human suffering for over 75 years. Certainly, the plight of the Palestinians is a matter of grave concern, not only to the Muslim Ummah, but also to the entire world. The ongoing violence, instability in the region, and humanitarian crisis in Gaza continue to make the prospects of peace remote. In fact, the hostilities pose a serious threat to regional stability and global peace. I call upon member states to take decisive action to address the root causes of the conflict and work towards a just and lasting solution. This should include convening a comprehensive peace conference for all stakeholders to negotiate a settlement that provides for the rights, dignity, security, and sovereignty of the communities affected. In our view, military action is not an option. Rather, we endorse a peace accord based on a two-state solution. This proposal is to guarantee both states the rights to full sovereignty and self-determination. Further, we affirm the need to enable the Palestinian people to regain their legitimate national rights, as recognized by the international community through its recognition of a state of Palestine within the 1967 borders with Al-Quds and Al-Sharif as its capital. At this point, allow me to comment and express our gratitude to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, Chairman of the Al-Quds Committee, for his strong commitment in defending the Islamic character of the holy city of Al-Quds Al-Sharif, to maintain peace and lasting peaceful coexistence in the entire region. As leaders of the Islamic world, we must seize this opportunity to chart a new course towards peace and reconciliation. Let us recommit ourselves to the principles of justice, equality, and mutual respect. Act collectively to end the suffering of the Palestinian people and build a future of peace and prosperity for all. I commend South Africa for its recent decision to take Israel to the International Court of Justice, following in our footsteps to seek justice under the Genocide Convention. This bold move illustrates the collective commitment of the international community to the principle of justice and human rights. It sends a powerful message that impunity for grave violations of international law, such as those committed against the Palestinian people, will not be tolerated. We stand in solidarity with South Africa and all those who advocate justice and accountability, and we pledge our support for their efforts to seek redress for the victims of atrocities committed by Israel. Your Excellencies, I am proud to state that in its capacity as chair of the ad hoc OIC Ministerial Committee on Human Rights Violations against the Rohingya people, the Gambia is actively pursuing the legal proceedings filed against Myanmar in the quest for justice and accountability. We consider it an obligation to stand in solidarity with the oppressed and vulnerable populations and champion the cause of human rights in accordance with the principles of the Genocide Convention. The legal case of the Rohingya pursued by the Gambia at the ICJ boldly represents concerted international effort to address the ongoing human rights crisis in Myanmar and ensure accountability. The Gambia's initiative has received widespread support. Numerous countries, human rights organizations, and legal experts endorse our action and call for justice for the Rohingya people. I invite member states to contribute towards meeting the legal fees for this legal battle and urge that we stand in solidarity against oppression and atrocity. Your Excellencies, under the Gambia's chairmanship of the OIC, agreed strategies and initiatives will be implemented to promote solidarity, unity, and problem-solving among member states. The approach will aim at advancing the organization's main objectives. The Gambia is thus willing to enhance dialogue, cooperation, and mediation to resolve conflicts among member states. Excellencies, unfortunately, underdevelopment characterizes many member states. Hence, poverty, inequality, and natural disasters make humanitarian assistance and development aid necessary. The need is also obvious for significant capacity building and technical assistance to address the governance, healthcare, education, and infrastructure development requirements in certain member states. By addressing such development challenges, peace and stability would be guaranteed. With peace, the organization can promote the rich Islamic cultural heritage and values through cultural exchange programs and educational initiatives. In the process, we can proudly showcase our Muslim identities worldwide to promote peace, understanding, and solidarity. Esteemed delegates, we live in a world that requires religious tolerance, which does not imply abandoning one's beliefs or values. It is simply a means of promoting peace, understanding, respect, and dialogue within the Muslim world and across communities and religious groups. Additionally, member states should promote and increase economic cooperation and trade among themselves. This has the prospect of showcasing the shared values of the Islamic Ummah and sharing the blessings Allah has bestowed on many of our member countries. Such strategies could equally contribute to fulfilling the aspirations of young people in search of better livelihood. It is wise as well that we harness our diversity to devise strategies that respond to the demands of change and reform. But this must be informed by our noble values, ideas, and objectives. In conclusion, let us reaffirm our commitment to justice, equality, and mutual respect, and redelegate ourselves to the honorable cause of advancing the interests of the Muslim Ummah and humanity. May this summit serve to fulfill our vision of unity and solidarity through dialogue and sustainable development, and act as a catalyst for positive change to pave the way for a world of peace, security, and prosperity for all generations. I pray also that the future is filled with joy and marked by reconciliation, harmony, and progress for the OIC, the Muslim Ummah, and humanity at large. I thank you for your kind attention. I now give the floor to the President of the Islamic Bank Group.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pray and peace be upon the Holy Prophet and his companions and families. President Adam Barrow, President of the Republic of Islamic of the Republic of the Gambia, chairperson of the Islamic Summit, and Ibrahim Taha, Secretary General of the OIC. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I am delighted we at the Islamic Development Bank to participate in this great summit, and I would like to express my deep gratitude to His Excellency Adam Barrow, President of the Islamic Development Bank, and to the government and people of the Gambia for the warm welcome and generous hospitality that we have received, and for the arrangements they have made in connection with this summit. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the leadership of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman Ibn Abdulaziz, and his crown prince, Mohammed bin Salah. May God protect them for their generous hospitality and their directions to the Islamic Development Bank and the OIC, as well as other organizations that serve the Ummah. And this continued support plays an important role in the enhancement of peace, harmony, and sustainable development in the world. And the Islamic Development Bank expresses its sadness at the destruction that is being afflicted on the people on Gaza in terms of especially plight, and express its condolences to the victims and express its solidarity with them during this difficult time. So we also express our solidarity with countries that have been afflicted with natural disasters recently, and also that are affected by various conflicts. And the Islamic Development Bank is determined to provide effective assistance to efforts to reconstruct these various affected or devastated areas. Your Excellencies, Highnesses, Excellencies, your institution, the Islamic Development Bank, last week celebrated its 50th anniversary under the theme Pride of Our Past and Belief in Our Future, and it's a requirement for progress and solidarity, and a celebration of 50 years of solidarity and cooperation is a source of transformation. So the financing provided by the Islamic Development Bank since its inception up to 2023-24 has exceeded to $282 billion, and covers or comprises 11,000 projects in all development sectors. And one of the major lessons that we have learned during this journey is that there is a solid link between peace and development, and the right way to ensure sustainable development is to ensure an environment of peace, stability, and social security. So sustainable development and social development in general are a pillar of peace, stability, and harmony. So the success of the Islamic development in ensuring change and transformation in countries of our or people of our member countries, and the rating, the AAA rating provided by rating agencies is a success that is due after the grace of Allah, due to your own support, you member states of the IDB, for your continued support. And it is worth noting that the cooperation that exists between various member states have played an important role in our collective success. So in this regard, I would like to commend the OIC for ensuring and promoting unity through sustainable development and dialogue, which is the theme of this year's conference. And the Islamic Development Bank is ensuring that it continues its cooperation with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation in order to ensure the success of this conference or the summit. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, I am delighted to announce to you that one of the major outcomes of the annual meetings of the IDB, the annual meeting of the IDB last week, in coincidence with the 50th anniversary of the Islamic development, is a declaration in Riyadh. And under that declaration, the Board of Governors has made a declaration to provide continued assistance to the IDB, and that is to achieve the noble objectives of the IDB, and this is the most important step that ensures its future. And under these directives, the Board of Direct Governors has urged the IDB to do the following. First of all, to continue to improve the organizational chart of the Islamic Development Bank Group in order to achieve the ideal levels of performance and financial sustainability. Number two, to provide concessionary loans through various institutions that will ensure mobilization of resources in order to meet the financing needs, increasing financial needs of member states, especially the least development member states. Number three, increase the grants through partnerships and international fora that ensure the supplementary resources that will meet the development needs, increasing development needs to help vulnerable segments of our society in our member states and Muslim communities, especially when it comes to disasters and hardships. Number four, to come up with a strategic approach of the IDB with regard to the Islamic finance sector, especially when it comes to sukuk, and to broaden the Islamic financial capital markets, international and regionally. Number five, to ensure to come up with a strategy when it comes to cooperation or South-South cooperation by enhancing partnership and the exchange of expertise. In this regard, Your Excellencies and Your Highnesses, we look forward to your continued support to the Islamic Development Bank, and we will continue our mission so as to strengthen at the end of the day the collective prosperity of the Ummah and its citizens. Thank you to all of you, your heads of state. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And prayer and peace be upon the Holy Prophet, our Master Muhammad and his household, Your Excellencies, Highnesses, Dear participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barko. I would like at the beginning of my statement to express my deep gratitude to President Adama Barrow and to the government and people of the Republic of the Gambia for the warm welcome and generous hospitality in its effort to host the 15th Islamic Summit, which ensures dialogue and solidarity in order to ensure sustainable development. So at this juncture, I would like to express deep gratitude to the previous chairmanship ensured by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that conducted the organization ably in order to ensure Islamic solidarity in all areas. Your Excellencies, Highnesses, and Highnesses, we are meeting today at a time when the world is going through many developments, and among these critical developments, the Islamic organization, Islamic Summit, and other organizations are trying to overcome the various developments in our region. The common or joint challenges, or the challenges that we face, is to overcome the difficulties that we face, especially under these circumstances when Gaza and Palestine are coming under difficult serious aggression. And also we will commend the extraordinary summit held by the Arab League in Riyadh last year, and from which stemmed a ministerial committee that informed and exposed to the whole world the plight and suffering of the people in Gaza when it comes to the protection of civilians during this period. And we commend the effort of this committee in order to put an end to aggression in Gaza, and also in solidarity with Arab positions in the Gulf and everywhere. And today, we, after 211 days, after 12 during which the plight of the Palestinian people has increased, and under the occupation of Israeli forces, over 32,000 children and women have been suffering, and there are over 5,000 casualties. And this affects and threatens our stability in the light of all crises that take place in the Middle East. So this Israeli occupation and also aggression requires from us to be committed to collective action in support of the people of Palestine and their rights. So in this regard, we would like to confirm the important role that our organization is playing in the interest of peace and stability and the fight against terrorism that threatens international stability. So here we can indicate the relevance of the Security Council to host and organize international conference to ensure stability in the entire world. So because of all these difficulties at face, we have to promote the peace of solidarity. We should ensure solidarity and stability among us. Your Excellencies and Highnesses, based on the theme of this summit, that is solidarity and peace, in order to ensure solidarity and dialogue, we have to shed light on the importance of sustainable development in the agenda of the Gulf Cooperation Council and the Organization of Islamic Conference. Because this requires from all of us joint action in order to overcome the challenges, economic challenges that affect our countries and peoples. So in this regard, we should consolidate cooperation in science and technology in order to support sustainable development projects. And since the youth are the backbone of the Muslim Ummah, in this regard, we should provide all support to them through education and training, and provide employment opportunities for them, and boost their capacities. And through that, we can ensure strong societies that can participate effectively in the international arena. Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, I would like to conclude my statement by drawing your kind attention to two important issues. First of all, the members of the Gulf Corporate Council are proud of their belonging to the Muslim world at all levels. And it will extend a hand of cooperation to all Muslim countries, because it believes in the importance of this generosity and this to strengthen these ties and relations based on our religion. And number two, I would like to commend the major efforts that are being made by the Republic of the Gambia, especially when it comes to hosting this summit that promotes the values of our organization. Let us all work for the unity of our Muslim Ummah, governed by the spirit of peace and stability. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that speech. Now I give the floor to the Chief Guest of Honor, representative of the People's Republic of China's President.
尊敬的阿达玛·巴罗总统，尊敬的塔哈秘书长，尊敬的伊斯兰各国领导人，感谢巴罗总统邀请出席伊斯兰合作组织首脑会议。中方高度重视发展同伊斯兰世界的关系。习近平主席专门委派我作为他的特别代表出席此次会议。首先，我谨宣读习近平主席致会议的贺电。值此伊斯兰合作组织第15届首脑会议召开之际，我谨代表中国政府和中国人民，向大会致以热烈祝贺。伊斯兰合作组织是伊斯兰国家团结自主的象征，为加强伊斯兰国家合作、维护国际公平正义做出了重要贡献，我对此高度赞赏。中国同伊斯兰世界，中国同伊斯兰国家是好朋友、好伙伴，友谊源远流长。近年来，中国和伊斯兰国家在涉及彼此核心利益和重大关切问题上相互支持，务实合作，成果丰硕，友好关系不断提质升级，树立了南合作的典范。当前，百年变局加速演进，中国同伊斯兰国家团结合作的战略意义更加突出。中方愿继续同伊斯兰国家一道，赓续传统友好，增进政治合作，深化务实合作，扩大文明交流，共同践行全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，为推动构建人类命运共同体做出更大贡献。预祝本届首脑会议取得圆满成功。中华人民共和国主席习近平2024年5月4号于北京。以上是习近平主席的贺电。女士们、先生们、朋友们，
friends. China and Islamic countries enjoys traditional friendship. We are all developing countries with the same wish and aspiration for peace and development. We are good friends, promoting the development of our respective countries. We are good partners, safeguarding world justice and fairness. In the face of changes of the world, of our times, and of historical significance, China and Islamic world should carry forward our traditional friendship, enhance solidarity and cooperation, and constantly elevate our relationship to new heights. We should uphold independence and depend strategic mutual trust. China firmly supports Islamic countries in independently exploring development paths and stands ready to jointly safeguard the principle of non-interference with Islamic countries, support each other in safeguarding respective core interests and national dignity. We should strengthen mutually beneficial cooperation, promote development and revitalization. China is ready to work with the Islamic countries to promote high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, enhance synergy of development strategies, carry out cooperation in fields such as energy, trade, infrastructure, AI, and set a fine example for South-South cooperation. We should expand inter-civilizational dialogue and commit ourselves to inclusiveness and mutual learning. China is ready to expand people exchanges and communication with Islamic countries. We should jointly oppose the so-called Islamophobia, oppose linking terrorism with any particular ethnic group or religion, and carry forward the common values of humanity and set a fine example for inter-civilizational exchanges in the new era. We should promote lasting peace and pursue universal security. China stands ready to work with Islamic countries to explore solutions to hot issues that best serve the fundamental interests of developing countries. The conflict in the Gaza Strip has dragged on for more than
规模无辜平民的伤亡，导致了严重的人道。
ليس إلا كارثة حقيقية وهذا بالغ الخطورة وعليه فإن الصين
humanitarian crisis and a political settlement. China supports the establishment of an independent state of Palestine that enjoys full sovereignty on the basis of the 1967 borders and with East Jerusalem as its capital. We will continue to support concerted actions and a strong voice of the Islamic countries and work with Islamic countries. We will support the full membership of Palestine in the United Nations. And we will work with the Islamic world for an early, just, and sustainable solution to the Palestinian question. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, this summit is themed with enhancing unity and solidarity through dialogue for sustainable development, which mirrors the common aspiration of the Islamic countries to seek strength through unity, to develop and revitalize. China highly commends that. Once again, I want to thank you for inviting China to attend the OIC summit, which reflects the common aspiration of China and the Islamic countries of respect and trust for each other and reaching out for each other. China will continue to work with Islamic countries, contribute to peace and development of Islamic countries and the whole world. I wish the summit a full success. Thank you.
We have now got to the end of the opening session. Now we will take a break for 15 minutes and we continue with our closed door sessions. Thank you.
QCell mooy suñu boss. QCell mooy suñu boss. QCell mooy suñu boss. Soro. Go. Ebe dawa full network suda tili. QCell. Ni lafta diamla wati jamala mune diata. QCell. Most reliable network jumala geta wati. QCell. Wo quality man nyon soda jam pona manke QCell. Hanibe wulo ni farole kono walante be bakono jala fayola network ko se taria. QCell suñu boss. Ñu fi njëkka indi 3G ñu dellu taxi 4G plus and now we bring you 5G. 5G. First and only 5G provider. Suñu boss. Itella follow adi doron nesa keno. Suñu boss. Gambia bela nyon tawo fele QCell. Suñu boss. Ko fasunta buka busi QCell. Suñu boss. Itella molti milka kukutol nati Gambia QCell meta lori la kilianol yele imanyina amanda wala itella ka quality dila dadi ma itelle silo wala wodol mume be kenoma. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. Connection be bambandi QCell suñu boss. QCell most innovative QCell suñu boss. Amanda wala itelle ka quality dila dadi ma itelle silo wala wodol mume be kenoma. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. QCell suñu boss. Connection be bambandi QCell suñu boss. QCell most innovative QCell suñu boss.
Never before in the Gambia, QCell is giving you an unbeatable offer. Activate our 5G network on your 5G enabled phone and enjoy free internet for 7 days. Yes, you heard that right. Activate QCell's 5G on your phone and experience what true 5G internet feels like. Get your QCell SIM cards activated today at the following care centers: Banjul, Senegambia, Brikama, Bursubi Turntable, Bakau Airport, and Kairaba Avenue headquarters. Rush now and be part of the future with QCell's 5G. Free internet for 7 days only with QCell. For more information, call QCell Customer Care on 111. QCell Suñu Boss. We innovate. Orders follow. Terms and conditions apply. You asked for it, and QCell is giving it to you with our new and improved Sunyu Bundle Mega Promo. Now you can get more data at cheaper prices. Buy any of our bundle packages and enjoy massive discounts. Dial *303# and enjoy browsing on the network with the biggest coverage. Buy a 20 megabytes data bundle for as low as $7 and 50 bottles today, or purchase bigger bundles up to 20 gigabytes. Yes, that's right, 20 gigabytes of data at your fingertips. With our mega promo bundles, you can browse more, chat longer, and stay connected on the go, anytime, anywhere. For more information, call our customer care on 111. QCell. We innovate. Orders follow. Terms and conditions apply.
The art of juggling is a true spectacle of agility, coordination, and speed. A symbol of progression, precision, and mastery. .5G speed is like having the juggler in your pocket. With lightning-fast download and upload speeds, you'll easily be able to juggle even the busiest workdays. Whether you're a busy entrepreneur, a creative, or just someone who wants to stay connected, juggle your tasks with ease with QCell 5G speed. The future is here. It's fast, reliable, and efficient. First brought to you by QCell. We innovate, others follow.
Looking for the perfect place to promote your product or place your advert? Look no further than QTV. We are the premier destination for businesses looking to connect with Gambian audiences and beyond. At QTV, we offer a variety of advertising solutions to suit your needs and budget.